my God, we're live. This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. Yeah, it's starting to dawn on me how crazy this is. This is a crazy idea. And yet we are doing it. We are making the Caterpillar live, which is going to be a massive, massive, massive 6x6 gatai or samurai sudoku. And yes, I am absolutely terrified for this, but let's go. Let's do it. We're all going to be on this crazy caterpillar together. Okay. Let's go ahead and tell the participants, who the first ones up are the Asylum and Playmaker. We're going to tell them they can start setting. So let's see how this goes. Oh, I am. Nope. That's just lag. All right, let's go to the Asylum and say, hey, the Asylum, let's start setting. How's it going, by the way?
It is going very well. Very, very well. We're ready to start setting, aren't we?
Yes, we are ready to start setting. I'm going to go tell Playmaker that, and then we can commence. Discord is really confusing in terms of lag. Oh, hello. Hello, Playmaker. How's it going?
Uh, yeah, I'm good, man. I'm fine. Feeling pretty good for setting today.
You can go ahead and start whenever you're ready there. Looks like we're missing the chat here. Let me copy the chat over to Playmaker's side. You can all hear Playmaker, and maybe you can't. Yes, you can.
Yeah, I'm actually not speaking at the moment, actually. I still have to fix a few things before.
So
Look,
these corner
no,
2x2s, you have a sort of special situation, right?
Yeah. So basically, I have to confine myself into putting some gibbons over here because now because I'm bounded to have gibbons over here. Well, this one will be sort of like a grand transition to another puzzle coming soon.
Yeah, so Playmaker's in the
These
middle,
outside clues are just
which is a little bit weird.
oh, I can just name something.
What constraint are you planning to use here?
Actually, I had to make a discussion by myself earlier before I even started. So I'm thinking about either using simple constraint like killer or just plain line constraint that drain by no German whispers, or anything like any standard outside clue like little killer or red sandwich. Like basically, I'm just gonna do with standard stuff or more familiar stuff that we've been through like for years.
Right.
Am I thinking about picking killer actually? Yeah.
Okay.
Like
Well,
for the first entry, I'm just gonna say killer.
I'm gonna go check in with Asylum because he said he's gonna set really fast, so we don't want to miss that.
So we're going to work on those pairs. Let's make these pairs all add to something 7 or greater so that we know that they're 2 cells long. So let's try to make this 6-1. Let's try to make this 3-4.
So we just got back here. How's it going, Asylum? And what are you setting?
I am setting the face of our caterpillar in JSS. And as I was explaining to the nothingness, this is going to be a rather easy puzzle. a rather real nice, gentle introduction to the Caterdokupillar, because there's a lot of singletons in the puzzle. So the thing that I'm mostly concerned about is these pairs, these 2-digit, 2-cell long runs, and I'm right now going through and making sure that that these 2-cell runs are indeed 2 cells, forced to be 2 cells long. And and more importantly, that their interaction with the other clues on the outside prevent a deadly pattern down the middle 2 columns. So that's what I'm working on right now. And I'm working on the number 7. I'm gonna probably put 2-5 up here, just because.
Cool,
And now I'm gonna need to go to 8, because I don't want to repeat. If I repeat any of these, do like a 6-1 and then a 1-6,
Right.
that'll lead to a guaranteed deadly pattern.
Yeah.
We can't do that. So I've used up all the pairs for 7, so now I'm going to go to the pairs for 8.
He doesn't currently have any outside clues.
It doesn't. The outside clues are going to be put into long tab. Are going to be put into a Sudoku maker.
Okay.
And the outside clues are all going to be presented in Sudoku Maker. I use F puzzles and Ranks' solver, along with logical candidates turned on, to set the puzzle and figure out what the numbers should be. And then I go over to Sudoku Maker, put in all the squares and put in the actual numbers.
Right.
And the clues in Sudoku Maker. So that's my modus operandi. So I'm still in the F puzzles zone. Let's make this one 4-6. And then that leaves us with a 1-2 pair. That's cute. That's not good. Let's see if we can do something about that. 6 is what did it. Oh, we got 1, 2, 4, 6. So 2, 6.
All right. I'll just pause on the asylum for a second so that I can talk about what is Japanese sum Sudoku or JSS? Well, outside the grid, there's going to be these colored clues, and those colored clues are going to tell the solver what the sum of some colored string of digits is. So they'll have to figure out how long these strings are, but the idea basically that the asylum was talking about was making it so that some of these strings are 7s or 8s, so that there are ones that can't be a single cell. And then he'll put in some other single cell clues to disambiguate the rest of the grid. And I think he's focused on the 2-cell ones because the 1-cell ones could sort of go anywhere, or they might be a little bit too easy to resolve right away, or they might be so easy to resolve that he can just do them whenever. I see that Playmaker is writing the rules, so nothing really interesting going on with him, although he is talking quite a bit. We'll return to Asylum and see what he's up to.
Now the middle section is completely clear. We're down to singletons. Let's make this 11. Oh, I can't make it 11. The 5 has to come over here. Oh, and then we could just make this a 6. And one of the nice things about Ranks' solver when you're using logical candidates is when you're down to a unique solution, if you can make a certain cell a certain digit, the digit will turn green. So if I make this a 6, the whole puzzle was solved. So now I'm set ready to move this over into Sudoku Pad for presentation,
Well,
which is
just to
what
be
I'm going to
clear,
start doing right
that
now.
would make it unique, not necessarily solvable. But I guess with the Japanese sum Sudoku, you can make it solvable, right? Is that your idea?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Occasionally,
Yeah.
I've run into points where it's been unique but not solvable.
Mm.
And I've had to go back and I had to do this to my latest Fog of War puzzle, in fact. I had to go and actually change some of the clues to different values that were more obvious so that certain parts of the solve were more predictable.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you, Asylum. We're gonna go check in with Playmaker. He's coloring some stuff in, so have fun, and we'll be back. Hello, Playmaker. How's it going?
Hey. Actually, I'm reconsidering a few setup for the cages. And I think this is maybe the one I'm sticking the most because I love symmetry. I'm gonna do some funny symmetrical stuff. And I'm just gonna do it in standard easy way for like because it's the first one. I have to
Mm-hmm.
think about certain ideas around using the four givens over here. So by using these four digits like being the givens, I have to pause these two first. I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
do some sort of like pretty much on the same level here. I'm just gonna put like two given here first instead of four here. I mean it's just pretty much the same thing here. So I'm gonna stick with like one of the set of four digits that I love the most is 1, 2, 3, and 6. I'm just gonna highlight this note
Why
this
is
one
that? Why is that your favorite set of
set in
digits?
stone. Yes, this pretty much it defined my life too. It's my birthday. Part of
Oh,
my
it's your
birthday.
birthday. Okay, sweet. You give your
Yes,
life to
it's
it. That's a funny way of saying that.
like, I mean, it's a set of digits. Like I always amused by how it works as a in arithmetic sense, in a mathematical sense. I just love things like that. Okay, so practically I have to put this as 4, 5. I have to pause this 4, 5 instead. And I'm aiming to like there's two setup. I actually gonna aim for the killer cage. Actually. Like one is like this, or two. I'm just gonna switch it a bit. Less. Oh, like there's two possibilities I'm aiming for setting for the cages. I'm gonna do maybe like this, something like that. I don't know. Just gonna do like some sort of similar idea I did in the past with my easy approachable killer Sudoku in the past. Or maybe I'm just gonna stick with this one because this one doesn't interfere with this one a lot.
Right.
Or maybe I can just do same thing like here, but I mean I still love this kind of setup. It kind of represents some sort of I don't know, like butterfly or flower or something. I don't I can't even imagine.
The colors are very caterpillar-esque, so that's good.
Yeah. I mean I can do another some sort of butterfly thing, but I'm just not that good at drawing stuff.
It's hard to
Like I
draw
can
in a
do
six
even
by
things like
six.
this for fun. Like just classic green stuff. And then just put a given like I just put a cage here sample or something like that. Do I don't know. But I think I'm gonna stick with this one. This one feels like the simplest yet. Mm. Okay.
So I'm sure everyone
I
is
mean 4,
wondering,
5
what are those question marks on the outside of your grid? Are you
I mean just
adding?
made the grid a lot wider. It's not really for using it. It just made for the grid looks more visually for me. I just can imagine everything else.
Oh, okay. Do you normally do that?
I mean just classic me doing 6 by 6 thing.
Okay.
I usually make things like I can just do like I can do things like this, but it appear a bit too big for my eyes. Like just look at it in my like I may not scan in everything properly at the same time. So I just add two more question marks just so I can scan everything properly more. I mean that's just me problem. I'm not using it, but it's just for I can scan the entire thing more properly. I mean I can still abuse the solver anyway. I'm tempted to use the scanning over here without this. So practically I had to put a cage here. I
All right,
mean,
we're
it could
gonna
be
check in with the
anything. I can
asylum.
pause
Thank you
anything.
very much, Playmaker.
Okay.
How is it going? Looks like you
It's
made some
going well. I
progress.
have transferred the solution to my laptop so I can hold on a second. Okay, sorry, I had the stream on. I transferred the solution to my laptop so I can see it while I'm working on the Sudoku pad. I'm currently filling in where all of the squares are, and then I'll throw in the numbers as soon as I'm done with the squares, and then we'll test it.
Cool. So is this how you would set a larger JSS or?
This is exactly how I set all my JSS,
Hmm.
exactly this way. And this is one of the other steps is I get the colors that I want. I actually go to the Sudoku pad site and then find the color that I want to use, and I use an eyedropper
Hmm.
that gets the color of the
Oh,
the actual color of that's the direct color, and Sudoku pad or Sudoku maker lets you put it in a full hex color.
right,
So
because
I
I think
match.
if I'm correct, Sudoku Pad displays the same color slightly differently, right? Then,
Yeah.
yeah, so then that's pretty smart. Big
So
brain
I
hack.
just yeah. So I just grab the actual color directly from the page itself, and then we're good to go. We have a red here, a red here, and a red here, red here, and here.
Well, Playmaker's moving very fast, so I'm gonna go check in with him, and we'll come back to Asylum in a bit. How's it going, Playmaker?
Yeah, I have to consider your basic as straightforward cage first because I feel like I mean for a first person, I don't want to make everything feel a bit too trivial.
Fair
I feel
enough.
like I'm gonna offer something more because that's classic me doing things. Not for show up by the way. 7. I can do 6. So I can just like pretty much I have to draw these first. This one I'm gonna make a fairly big total actually. I'm not gonna make it because I already made a big one here. I had to put 6 for some. Now this has to be at least 11. And I don't really want to use 11. Too quick for my taste. Actually, what happened with 11? 3, 4. Oh no, that, actually, how far can I get from here? Oh, not that far actually. But this is actually pretty good. Like this in like straightforward cage, I can do things pretty far. And if I
So just to clarify what Playmaker is doing in case you missed it. So he set this 7 cage up, which then pushes the 6 over to the left side of the cage, placing a 6 in column 3. And then he's set that cage up to be 11, and since there's a 6 and a 4 or 5, then the other digit has to be a 1 because 5 and 0 wouldn't work. So then he's getting that, and now he's setting up these other cages. What are you thinking about? Let's get into your brain.
like actually gonna play with some sort of straightforward cases first, because like this case feels a bit too trivial here. Because if once I add like sufficient giblets into this, I feel like everything just kind of collapses immediately without interacting with each other. I don't really like into that much. Well, I guess to go. I mean, I can make it 10 cage. Yeah, actually, maybe a 10 cage works. 11, 10. Because this is like the first trivial case. It's some sort of trivial case. So now that's practically a 2. Check this 100. That's without gibbons. So this has to be that. What can be this search? I forgot that. Yeah, when I say about 100, it's not really collapsing everything. So, maybe wait. Like I can try that too. See, okay. Maybe I just gonna play around some sort of things first because I 2 here.
That's a decent
Oh,
clue.
90 is good. Yeah, I mean I can put 1 gibbon if I want. So that that's a 2. So this is a 2 as well. 1, 2. So this. I mean I can just abuse like the solver this one, but I don't really tend to do that yet. Let's see. Class is a bit. Yep. No, it's not that bad. But too, like there may be some sort of deadly patterns over here with T23, or I can just add something that would just resolve everything. But I can make this one a bit more useful.
Oh yeah, you can definitely limit it by
Yeah,
adjusting that one for sure.
yeah. Now I can just use 2 given and then resolve the entire thing without this cage. But I want to keep the entire aesthetic I'm aiming at this.
Awesome. Thank you, Playmaker. We're gonna check in with Asylum really quickly. Here.
Okay.
So if you see me confused, it's because Discord. It's because Discord is like double clicking for some reason with the shortcut, and then I just don't actually mute myself, and I just mute and unmute right away, which is super annoying. So yeah, technical difficulties. Woohoo! Hey, Simon.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good, pretty good. Playmaker's making some real good progress, and I see you are as well.
I am. I am nearly done putting in the clues.
Exciting. As Caterpillar almost has his very first face. So what's the methodology behind putting the 4 green, 8Y, etc.?
That is for accessibility. It
Ah, I
helps the
see.
colorblind be able to do our puzzles,
Hmm.
especially red green.
Right.
But I'll do it even with red and black.
Hmm.
So just because I'm now in the habit of doing it, just every puzzle gets accessibility from now on.
That's a good rule of thumb. Playmaker is making some plays. He's almost checking solutions, so I'm gonna hop over there because it's
All
getting
right,
exciting. So I'll
I'm
hop
about to
back to you
start
soon.
testing.
Okay. All right, Playmaker, how's it going? What's going on?
Okay, so I can resolve this a bit, but I kind of have a problem around this cage.
I saw some no solution pop-ups.
It's not really though. I mean, it still has solution, but I don't
Hmm.
know which daughter will be most feasible. But 10 doesn't. I mean, 9 can work actually. Yeah, 9 works. 9 goes fine. But I mean, this is just a more trivial case. Like, I can just insert everything.
Don't
Yeah,
forget
it's fine. I think it's
that
fine. It's not
11
a
clue.
problem. Okay, so let's save this one.
Don't forget the cage totals.
Oh shit. I remember this is a nut. Basically, it's fine. Yes, it's unique. I don't so like interestingly enough. Let's see from the first attempt. I mean, it's just set more trivial case, so it's not like the worst thing. So, oh, got this. There we go. 1, 2, 4. This one's 5, 6 in this column. I mean, this is just plain, not even a 1 star person. It's not even 1 star, to be honest.
Less than 1 star.
It's not even like 1 star. Plus 3 there, 6, 1, 3, 5, 6, 3, 4, 6. That's not 1. 6, 4, 5 pairs, so that's a 5, so 36. So what do I do? So 3. There's no 3. And there's no 1 because I had to make the other 2 add up to 7. It's not 1, 6. So that's a 5. Okay, maybe it's a 1 star.
My brain is overloaded looking at everything. The
So
chat and everything.
there's a 6. So let's see. Good. This is good. 4 things done here. Oh, so this is 1, 3, 5. It's not happening to. Oh, I mean, I just stick with that. I mean, it's just like fun puzzle at first. I'm doing this as like 1, 4, 2. It's a 6, 4, 3, 6. Okay, it's a first attempt. I mean, I can just submit this one as a first attempt. I mean, it's just like for the first person, just setting this on live stream for so long. Like my last time setting this on stream was like 2 or 3 years ago. Actually, I don't even set puzzle like this
Well, it's
on live
almost a half hour,
for a
so
long
it's
time.
a decent time to submit. So thank you very much, Playmaker.
Yeah.
We're gonna go check in with Asylum. Thank you for your commentary and setting and help. Are we testing now?
I would have, except for I forgot to put the black clues in when I
Oh
was
no.
putting in the digits on my laptop. I erased the black shading so that I could see the numbers. And
Right.
while I was typing it in real quick, filling it in real quick, I forgot that those are supposed to be shaded, and I just treated them as unshaded. And so
Ah.
I'm putting in the black clues now.
Yeah, little mistakes can happen sometimes. Time pressure, you know?
Yep, time pressure. That's exactly it. Trying to go too fast. So yeah, now I gotta fix the columns. Yeah. So pick a red. Go first. Delete that. Make that red.
Next up,
Delete that.
we have
Delete that
Tallcat,
one. Make
and
that
then after
red.
that we have
Now let that
Daniel
go. Okay.
Silverstone.
Now this needs to be green. Pick a green. Delete that. Pick a green. Now this needs to be red. So delete that. Pick a red. Make it red. Oh, thank you. Now, those are red. Now we need a yellow above this one.
So right now Asylum is making the face, the first puzzle that you'll solve in this Caterdoku, and then
Yellow,
Playmaker had made
red,
the
green,
let me definitely
red, black. Okay.
and Playmaker had made the middle, so I'm going to be making one puzzle to connect the middle to the first branch. So that's how we're doing it, two setters at once.
Delete you're red. Delete the red. It becomes black. Oh, I did that backwards. That's supposed to be red. Delete this. This is green. At least Sudoku Maker is really easy to work with.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So this is green. This
I'll
is
be right back.
red.
We're going to go check in with Playmaker, make sure everything's all right before he heads up.
Red.
How's it going, Playmaker?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So do I have to test the entire thing or?
Didn't you just test the entire thing?
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty much bad. I'm kind of happy about it actually. It's not that bad. I mean, it's still. Yeah. Yeah, I'm watching the stream on the phone actually. It's not like terribly. It's not like the best decision.
Oh, it's not bad. It's a pretty puzzle at
Yeah.
least.
I mean, somebody might even tell me to do even a harder puzzle, but let's setting this with more intriguing and interesting stuff. But I mean, I already have like 1 hour, so I'm just gonna use like using the just fairly amount of time efficiently for other people to visualize how they're gonna think about how to approach setting puzzle within an hour like that. I'm not gonna think to do crazy stuff.
Mhm. And Playmaker is our tester as well, so I don't know if he's gonna go off and test his own puzzle, but he's gonna be testing the rest of the puzzles.
I mean, I just test my own puzzle.
Just for fun. Lightweight.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I can just test again and go like sub 1 minute.
All right,
I'm
perfect.
just gonna spare time for something.
All right, let's get Tallcat in here, and thank you so much, Playmaker.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Oh, these are all wrong anyway. Well, okay, so let's go back to the rectangles. And let's put it in our black rectangles. Okay. Now we got text. But now we need to make sure our text is correct. 5, 7, 5. So let's go back to text.
There's still slots, Turganis, if you want to join next time on the 20th. We'd be happy to have you.
This is 2 green. That's right. That's right. 4, 1. This is 7 red. This is 3 green. That's right. That's missing. It's missing a rectangle.
We're going to go check in with Daniel Silverstone. Daniel, how is it going?
Let's see. Hi.
That was a very delayed hi, but I accept your hi. How's it going? What are you going to be setting with today?
Yeah, not bad, thank you. I have no idea. I was just having a look at the constraints, and I was going to have a play with slow thermometers. It's been a while since I really set anything, so my brain is not oiled up yet.
Has that just been because of busyness in real life?
Oh, life. Life and work gets in the way.
Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. Let's think. If I come up there, and then that's probably going to give too much away too quickly. But I like the idea.
So the idea with these puzzles is that Playmaker's 6251 is in the bottom corner there, and then that links to Daniel's puzzle, and then Daniel's top 2x2 up there is going to link to the next puzzle, and etc., forever and forever and forever. And the gray cells are just to show the next setter, don't put any outside clues or any clues in that area because it would overlap with the other grid.
Yeah, because of the 6. Okay. Let's for goodness sake. Let's pop that there. It still doesn't leave a lot of room. Why not?
And the idea is that each time you solve a puzzle, it'll feed into the next puzzle with those given digits, which are not really given digits in that puzzle. So basically, Daniel is trying to use the given digits, the 6, 2, 5, 1, and the 3, 4, to figure out how to manipulate this grid.
Yeah, I'm alright with that. Let's see. So we are now at... That's going to have to be a 1. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 4, 5, 6. Let's see what happens if we let that branch.
As the setters don't have very much time, I'm sort of deafening myself and talking to you guys while they're setting because I don't want to interrupt their creative flow too much. A little bit, but not too much. Let's check in with Asylum real quick as he's test solving. Hello.
Hello.
I see you're test solving, building that
I
face up.
am test solving. This clue is wrong. I typoed that clue. Yay. I'm trying to go too fast. All right. So treating that as a 7, we get 2, 5. And we know the order. We get a 5 and a 3 that are yellow up here. And we get a 4 is here. I gotta change the color of that 6. They're green. This is red. This is yellow. This is black. And this is green. This is a 3.
So we can see once this loads up that as we're putting these puzzles in, Playmaker's puzzle is the first one up there. This big grid will fill in and will grow. The caterpillar will grow as we continue, which is going to be great. Let's check in with Kinnison.
Because of that. Yes.
All right, we're
like
starting
that.
to get some thermos filled in. Exciting.
Yeah, I've never tried slow thermos before, so I thought it would be amusing for everyone for me to fumble my way through this.
Great timing, yeah.
That's a surprisingly quick solution, so I think I'm not going to have that. I don't want things to collapse too quickly, even though I'm notorious for simple things. Let's think. I don't want to do 2 constraints. I want to stick to 1. So I want to find a way to do something over here. And I'm also trying to keep the constraints from leading into the top right.
You are allowed to use those top cells if you'd like to.
Yeah, I'm trying not to use any of these cells with constraints, and like to avoid those as well.
Oh, you can't do the givens because those
with
might have
those?
clues from the other puzzle, but you can overlap with the next one.
Yeah, I know that much. I'm just trying not to.
Yeah, it's fair.
Personal preference.
Personal preference, gotcha.
Yeah, so that gives me the same problem I had before.
Yeah, the goal is more than 3 gigs for sure. The goal right now, we have 35, I think 35 participants signed up. My initial goal was like 50, and then I was like, wait, that's 10 hours, not 10 hours, like 50 hours of streaming or something, which is not okay. So maybe we should go lower, but we're slowly creeping up there. So maybe some of it won't be streamed is the other idea. Some of it will just be on the down low, you know?
Ooh. It's just chasing nakeds far too quickly. See, I picked slow thermo thinking, oh, it's not as strong a constraint as thermos. Maybe it'll give me some more room to think. And it's eating away at everything. I suppose it's because the grid is so small.
True, and the thermos are pretty long as well, so.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I can do shorter ones. Like, you know. Ooh, oh, goodness me. Where's the undo button? There. If I did that, for example, then it knocks a little bit out of there. So it's starting to push the lower digits up without being too strong. What am I going to do?
All right, we'll check back with you in a minute. Thank you. Let's head over and see how is the asylum doing.
I have successfully solved my puzzle. I am putting in the rules and getting my links ready.
Awesome. Don't worry, everyone. Don't worry about putting in the rules. You can do that after we're done.
Well, I can copy and paste them. I have
Right,
them saved as a reference.
that works.
So I've already got copied and pasted them in. All I have to do is put in, the colors that are used. That's the only thing I need to actually
Right.
put in there. So that's all the colors. And there we go. Rules are updated. Now let's share. First, we get the edit link. Shorten using tiny arrow. Copy to clipboard. Let me go to the right thing.
All right. Thank you so much, the asylum. This is great.
Yep.
Learned a lot from it actually. From a short
Awesome.
stream.
I'm glad you did. Glad you did.
Talk to you later.
I will be. Yeah. Talk to you later. I'm all but
Thank
done.
you for doing the tech check as well. Asylum is one of our
no
volunteers.
problem.
Good luck with that.
No problem.
You can hear some caterpillars crying in the distance. from
Oh, actually, let me see if I can close a window. I think that's my next door neighbor.
No worries. You live next to a caterpillar? That's weird. Looks like he's got quite a bit of progress. How's it going, Tallcat?
Hello, hello. It's going. I've had 3 or 4 cups of coffee, and I'm a slightly hyper cat, so should be in the mood for setting 6x6.
Sweet. I probably should have had more than 1 cup of coffee, given the stream length today.
Oh, yes, but you're going to be standing up for a while, so I don't know if that would have been a good idea, unless you have like a sluice, like a bedpan there or something. Anyway. All right, so I was watching the Asylum set, so I suspected these were going to be the digits that I would have. So I was trying to come up with some ideas. Honestly, I'm really when it comes to setting 6x6, I have the solver set up, but I'm going to try to avoid using it too much. Yeah, I don't really know what constraint I'm going to use here. I'm going to be figuring this out as I go. I think the last time I did this for Clover, I used Renban. So part of me kind of wants to use Renban. I think the trouble is with them being too, you end up wanting to do like short Renban. So,
Well, maximum 6.
well, yeah. I'm also like I suspect I may end up going through 2 or 3 different iterations. So I may start with one constraint and then give up and do another one. I like to try and be minimalist as well. So let us see. Well, let me start with Renban and see what I can figure out. Like a 3-cell Renban, something like this would be very boring because you automatically know it's not the 2, and it would be forced. So we're going to skip that. I guess one of the rules is not to overlap with the digits that you have at the start.
Yes.
Here, we're trying to avoid that. Okay. All right. That does make things a little trickier. Let's see. But yeah, I mean, Renban, they're nice. I like them. They're very, it's easy to make symmetrical things with. I like the geometry aspect of them. And I mean, one downside though is they tend to be very case checky, but I'm going to start with those and see how we go. So from the start, I would know that this is going to be 2 or 3.
We're going to check in with Daniel and come back when you've made some
all right,
progress.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Looks like you're making some work here. That's okay. I think just have to go ahead. Something's wrong with Daniel's microphone. So that's okay. Don't worry, just keep setting. Keep setting. What do you do when you don't know what to do? Just set. Oh, I thought he was deafened. Sorry. Uh-oh. Oh no. So sorry. All right, we'll just have to commentate over top, and I won't interrupt him anymore. Oh, we have some updates to the big grid. Is that the right order? That might be the wrong order, but that's okay. Doesn't really matter. Daniel seems to be making some nice progress here as well. I might check back in with the tallest of cats. I kind of want to see Daniel make the connection that there's a placed 5 in the column. But should I unmute and tell him? In case you can hear me, Daniel, there's a placed 5 in column 2. Okay, we'll go to Tallcat and then we'll see what's up. What's up? What's up?
Oh, you're back. Yeah, not much is up right now. I'm still in the exploration phase with Remban. I had something that was okay. So I had a 3-cell Remban here like this, and from this, just because of the way that the Remban sees these givens, it's forced that there's always going to be 3 on it, because if this is a 1, you'd need 1, 2, 3, and the 3 would have to be here. And if it was a 4, because it sees the 6, then it would need a 3 on as well. And so that would actually give you a 3 right from the start. This would be a 2 or a 5, which I don't hate as a first step. It's just then what to do with that. You know, I guess this being the only the second puzzle, I don't necessarily want to break people's brains, shall we say, to start. I'm just unsure if and how. So I think a Remban that would see this whole square might be interesting. Something like this might be interesting, just because then this 1 and 4 looking down could not both be on here, so that would be a 1 or a 4. So then this would have to have a 1 or a 4 on. Some interest in that. I think if I were to use Remban, 3-cell Remban is about the max I would go. And actually, that does mean, because of geometry, this can't go here, so it would go here. But actually can't be 1, 4, 3, 6, so it would be 2, 5 again. Okay, I don't hate that at all. So there would be a 1, 4, a 2, 5, and then 3, 6 over here. Okay, that's where it pretty much stops. But I think that actually gives something more to work with. I guess one issue I often have as well is that I really try to, if I do a diagonal line like this, then my brain automatically just wants to be like, well, you should do a diagonal line for everything.
Yeah, that's a tough mindset to get out of.
It's just.
Well, I can't make the other Remban 2 cells when all the rest of them are 3 cells. Like,
Exactly. Yes.
Does it really matter?
I'm glad you understand. But no, actually, I don't hate that. I think, yeah, and I mean, you could get some of that from this, automatically, but so this 1/4 is going to go here. Then we could start, I guess one thing then is you could start getting into coloring of 1/4s or 2/5s, so there's potential there. I wonder if there's a way I could maybe play off that up here. If that were 5, 6, 4, 5. Yeah, so yeah, I think I'm going to stick with this for the time being because I do like I think this is a neat opening deduction, and it kind of, I think most the anticipation would be that you're going to bounce off of this 3, but instead it's more about focusing down here. So I think there's something here I'm going to play with.
Okay, sweet. We'll check back with you in a bit.
Okay.
It looks like Daniel has something going. He will type his, or no, not type his. It looks like it, I think it's unique. Do you want to show us real quick, Daniel? Excellent. Puzzle is unique. Beautiful. Thank you. No worries. The caterpillar got you, I guess. All right, sweet Daniel. Thank you. Or Kinnison, whoever you are. Thank you so much. Right on the hour. Perfect timing. Sweet. Yeah, I know we can't hear Daniel. It's unfortunate. His microphone seemed to collapse. I don't know if that's too meta, Culver. It seemed interesting. All right, Daniel is finished, so we're back with Tallcat for now.
Wow. Okay. Goodness. I need to pick up my game. This is what happens when you don't set puzzles for a while. Okay. The thing I think that's frustrating. I mean, it's good and bad. Is that the 2 and the 5 and the 1 and the 4 are not particularly restricted, in that, you know, if you put a Remban that sees this whole cell, then it's really not forced to be anything, which is good because I think it would be good to have flexibility that then maybe gets resolved somewhat at the end. But it also means you have to work a little harder to make things work. So let us see. Something like this is actually appeals to my eye because it's somewhat symmetrical. And this is 1, 4, 5, or 6. Now, if this is, I mean, it would be interesting because if that's 6, this is 5, and that would be 1. But again, I feel like it's getting to, I don't want it to be too case checky here.
So how do you generally avoid case checkiness when you're setting?
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think it depends on the constraint for sure. And I think I try and avoid it. I try to avoid it, I guess, by hope. In a situation like this, I would hope that it would be a thing where there's just going the case checking route is just a fruitless exercise because it's clearly not. That would be one way to try and do it. You know, so it's something that hopefully somebody could look at it and go, well, clearly case checking isn't going to do anything here.
Well, case checking can always do something, but there
Yes,
must be something easier than it, right?
Right, exactly, that sort of thing, yeah. So, you know, this isn't too bad a line because of this 3. It does actually use it, so this now can't be 1 or 2. So that actually isn't too bad. So that would be limited to 3, 4, 5, 6. And this would go here, this would be up here. So the only issue with that was, of course, you could put a 1 here. But yeah, that I think depending on the constraint in this case, I think having just shorter rem bands is gonna give that degree of flexibility that somebody just I would hope most solvers would just look at and go, yeah, this ain't doing anything.
Mhm.
But on larger grids, how do I avoid case checking? Usually, I would hope when it comes to larger grids that I have a slightly better logic in mind, but don't always hold me to that. Actually, just out of curiosity, I mean, I said I wasn't going to use it. I'm going to do true candidates here, although I don't think it's going to do anything much just yet. So yeah, like you can see, I mean, even just what I drew there didn't really do much. Drawing something here doesn't do much. Drawing what I did here, it really doesn't do much, which isn't a bad thing at this stage. I would like it to be reasonably easy. I mean, this does more. But yeah, I mean, sooner or later, I'm going to have to collapse something. So if I get really stuck, and given that this is a situation where there's a degree of a time crunch, I will will use true candidates and just play around and see what comes along. But in those cases, I tend to then, if something interesting happens, I'll then have to try and justify it, make sure there's something, I understand why it's doing that. Like that's interesting, for example, but it's getting a bit too, but that's mainly, I think, because the 1 isn't there, so there has to be a 4. But it does resolve a bit too much that I like. Oh yeah, see, this does a lot, but it's not immediately obvious to me why it does all that. So that might be something. In this case, I'm going to then turn true candidates off, and maybe go back to trying to understand why that's the case, and if there's an immediately obvious reason why that actually does what it did. Okay, it's taking too long because I was playing around a lot. But that did actually seem to do a lot. So if it's if there's something that's relatively easy to understand why that did that, I may use it. Let me go back. True candidates is off, so I'm going to put that in and see what I can figure out.
Sweet.
That was 2.
Can glance back at the big grid now. We don't have Kinnison's in yet, but we do have a slightly large head. It almost looks like the head of the caterpillar itself. And then Playmaker's grid. We're on a bit of a technical delay on the other side of things. I'm not sure what's going on the volunteer side, but I think we should be rolling pretty soon with I think it's either Akash or Crusader. So one of those two will be rolling into the other stream, or the other setting terminal soon. Terminal? I'm not sure if that's the right word. But and we'll check in with them when they're in.
Using geometry where I can. That's not really used too much, I don't think. Even
that's
still,
very cute.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, it's a little, you have to have some understanding of the color, but I guess 1, 2 means this is 1. And then it's just like, well, that doesn't, it's not immediately obvious. I don't consider it too look-aheady. Let's see, so that means that's going to have to be a 4. This still is a 2 or a 5. So that's a 1, 5, 6. Is a 2, 4. I guess one thing I like about that is that it does leave, at least immediately, it does seem to leave this somewhat ambiguous. But
Seem
again,
like you're
actually
in
the other way,
conflict with yourself. You're like, I don't want it to be too difficult, but also, why is it disambiguating? It's not hard enough.
yeah, yeah, exactly. But actually, I guess one way to look at this is now, is considering this is that if this cell is a 2, because of these 2 rem bands, then the 1 is going to be frustrated. Because if this is a 2, then the 1 has to go here. But then the 1 has nowhere to go here. So I think that's...
Could you show that again on your screen? It's just...
Yeah, so if this cell is a 2, then the 1 cannot go on this rem band because it cannot have a 2. This would be a 5, and the 1 just has nowhere to go. So the 1 has to be here, but now in this rem band, the 1 would have to be here, but there's a 2 that sees the whole of the rem band.
Right.
So I actually don't think that's too bad. I think if you can get over the first step, then you certainly should be able to appreciate the same thing here, that this just cannot be a 2, because that just forces things there. So that is a 5. So I actually don't hate that at all. So this now can't be a 6. That's a 2, 3.
We have Akash in the other channel, so we're going to check in with him. Thank you so much, Tallcat.
Okay, I'll see you in a bit.
All right. Now Akash is one of our silent setters, quiet dokus, quiet pillars. That's the word that I'm looking for. So I will be talking, but Akash will not be talking. So we'll see what he's up to here. It looks like he's doing some crocky stuff, which is cool. Using Penpa. That's a first right now. I'm sure other people will use Penpa, but we've not seen that as... Cash is thinking, 1, 2, 3, 6. What's the other digits here? 1, 2, 3, 6. That's Playmaker's birthday. That's funny that I came up again. How you're tempted to set in a spreadsheet, that would be a bit weird. But acceptable, I suppose. So we have a bit of a treat. We have actually Chameleon on our volunteer team, who is a very great coding person in our community, who's helping us set up a Puzzle TV app where we can show off the Caterdoku. Right now it's being set up in Penpa as well, I believe, but here this is actually in Puzzle TV, which is pretty cool. So we thought we were going to use Penpa to display it, but we probably will be using Puzzle TV, so it'll be a little bit more similar to the classic Sudoku Pad experience, TM. Oh, my bad. See my mustachioed face there for a second by accident. Origami setting, next level, yeah. Yeah, latex instead of Word, that's true. So I think Akash is going for some German whispers with Kropke, which is an interesting combination. I mean, I don't think they're that different on a 6x6, to be honest. I mean, they're obviously different. German whispers is a difference of 3 at least, and Kropke dots are consecutive or 2-to-1 ratio, but they impose a bit of a... I mean, the Kropke dots... The black Kropke dots are a bit more of a similar restriction of like, this has to be 1 high, one has to be kind of lowish, but 3 and 6 and 2 and 4 sort of thing. In Vim, oh god. So it looks like Akash is off to a thrilling start here. Lots of nice little deductions, quick rapid fire deductions. Pretty much the only digits that could go on those places on the German whisper line are the ones that have to go there, so that's a very, very nice utilization of what he has to work with. We're going to go check in with the tallest of cats, as I think he is narrowing in on something. All right, we're back with Tallcat.
Okay, yeah, so whoops, just going back a bit because I was messing around. But that actually gave a lot, so I quite, I'm just making sure true candidates is off. So I quite like that. I was wondering about the idea of this. I'm wondering if at this point we should just resolve, or I'm trying to find basically a 3-cell Remband somewhere here that's going to hopefully resolve everything. The magic bullet, as it were. I thought about something like this, but I mean that's broken because of the 3, but also it gets a bit too crowded. Something like this isn't too bad if it's not broken, because this ends up here, so that would have to be, that just has to be a 3. That becomes a 4, 5, 1, 4, 1, 4, 6. I guess the easiest way would just be to do. So that does plenty, but it doesn't quite resolve everything, which is a little frustrating. But I think something like that, just something in that line that is gonna hopefully take care of everything. What about something like this?
We could resolve with the 4-cell Remband, but that's unacceptable. So.
Yeah. Yes, I am definitely not doing a 4-cell. How dare you, Moonrister? How dare you suggest such a thing? This would be a 3. This would be a 1. That might do plenty. 1. So that becomes a 3. That becomes a 6, 4, 5. I fear we're going to end up. Oh no. Maybe not. That would be a 6. That would be a 5. This is a 4, 6, 1, 4, 4.
Akash is trying to finish before you, so I'm going to go check in with him.
Okay, I think that actually might resolve.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, so I'm just going to make sure with true candidates that it does resolve. No, they say it does. Oh, okay. Have I missed a pencil mark? God damn it. Okay. Yep, sorry.
All right, we'll come back.
I'm taking my time. Yep.
Yeah, it's okay to take your time, of course. Cash had a little bit of an issue with missed pencil mark there. A 4 in the wrong place, but it seems like he spotted it relatively quickly. Lots of dots. He is overlapping with the next grid a bit, but I think we can be a little bit lenient with that. I mean, it's not too much an overlap. We don't like it, but we're willing to compromise, I suppose. Oh no, wait, they're allowed to overlap with that part. I'm losing my mind. Losing my caterpillar. Really shouldn't have spent an hour this morning trying to make a... What is this? Trying to make an animation for the break, which I then couldn't use because the encoding was overloaded because it was too much. Integral, interesting. AkashG23 because he's number one. I can't tell if there's something wrong with his keyboard or he's just joking. All right, let's check back in with Tallcat here.
Oh, hello. So yeah, that one resolved things. I'm just now going to test.
You didn't miss a
and I
pencil
guess
mark,
given
or?
that no, I placed a different Renban at the bottom here. I just shifted it over
Gotcha,
one.
gotcha.
Yeah,
It's slightly
there is
different.
yeah, but it does actually resolve. And one thing, I guess, I'm at this step, and there is one easier way of looking at it is, I guess, if this is a 4, then I think both of these have to be a 2. Because if this is a 4, then there's a 1 here. Oh no,
Right.
no, ignore me. No, ignore me. I'm mixing up my own steps, but I think I shall continue. But yeah, I think this ends up the same. This goes down here. And we end up with that deduction of this being a 1. Then this is a 2. But then you end up with a 1 here. Which I think is fine. I can live with that. It's not too bad. So this has to be a 4 or 1. Hopefully everyone in chat is probably like not screaming at me, oh god, no, that's horrendous.
I don't think anyone has said that, but it could be
cool.
that situation in a classroom where people don't actually understand what's happening, so they don't like ask a question.
Yeah, this is true. But oh well, they can't unsee it now. But again, yeah, the issue being now if this is a 2, then there's going to be a 1 in both cases because you can't put a 1 here, but there's going to be a 1 there. So that's not 5 or 6. This is from 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's not 2 because that's a 2. So we have a 1, 3, 4 triple, which makes that a 2. So there has to be a 3 on it. So the 3 is here. This is a 6. We go down. We have the 3, 5. 1, 4, 6. This is a 2, so it needs a 3 on it. Okay. This now is from 1, 4, or 6, but it can't be 1 because it's not got a 2 on it, and that can't be 1. So 4, 6, 5, 3, 3, 4, 1, 4, 1 Earth. 4, 5, 6. That's 5. 1, 6. The 2 resolves. 4, 2. That's a 2. 6. 3, 1. 4, 5. 6, 1, 6. 5, 4. Okay, and it's solvable. All right, I'm okay. I'm all right with that, I think. So that didn't work out too bad in the end, and it's reasonably minimalist. It's got some geometry in, so I'm okay with that. And it isn't too case checky. So even though I saw everyone saying that case check is like the best Sudoku approach, but so let me open that in Sudokupad and copy the link, and I think I'm good to go. Who is up after me?
Sorry, just dealing with something. After you, we either have Agent or Crusader.
Okay.
Should be fun.
Yep. Do you want me to hang around and gossip randomly while they come on, or am I free to head out?
I think we'll check in with Cash because there might have been an issue. So we might need him to start over. which is not fun. So,
No, agent is here, so I will duck out.
thank you,
All right.
Tallcat.
Yep, bye.
Akash, can you hear me? There's an issue. We gave you the wrong thing. It should be 2413, not 2613. I am so sorry. I know you're like done. Yeah. I'm not sure if you can salvage something from what you've done, but you set very quickly, so we could probably go with a double set, you know. I'm so sorry. So it should be let me just double check that we have the right digits before I go. Yeah, 2413 rather than 2613. Yeah, blooper number 1. Does that make sense, Akash? Okay, so the corner digits are actually 2, 4, then 1, 3, rather than 2, 6, and 1, 3. Yeah. No, it's not your fault. It's our bad. Are you okay to reset with that? I'm so sorry. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. Okay, we have Crusader instead. Oh, sorry about that. I should have definitely. My bad. My bad. My bad. Just full of nice little mistakes here.
Hello,
How's it going?
I'm great. So yeah, I will be using wheels today. It's a little constraint that have been one of my favorite constraint lately. It's just so much fun to use. So let me explain the rules real quick. So let's say you have a wheels like this, then you have a number like a 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then you must place the digits in the wheels in these 4 cells in the same order as the wheels, but you can rotate the wheels, so you basically have 4 possibilities for each wheels. You could stay the same, 1, 2, 3, 4, or you could rotate the wheels 90 degrees and so on, but you cannot change the order of it.
Hmm.
Right.
Yeah, I think I saw one of these. I can't remember. Was it Gas or something that used these, or has Gas not used these yet?
I think there's one by Sam, like at the first at the start of the gas series.
Mhm.
And I've been exploring it lately, and it's just so much fun.
Alright, sweet.
So yeah. Now I have been exploring with the layout there. With this layout, I think this might be a fun one, like having this or like this, I guess.
Hmm.
But the thing with the wheels is that it's a little bit hard to make it unique in a 6x6 Sudoku. So we'll see if I can come up with something. But wheels is also like pretty flexible, so it doesn't matter what digits I'm getting. I can always change it. All right, so we have some 2 and 6 left in this box. Let's see. Hmm.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna check in with Cash.
Yep.
Alright, let's see how the resetting is going. I'm like so paranoid now that we have the wrong digits in the corner. Yeah, agent. Circles can be rotated but not reflected in the wheels. This is so different, and it works out so much worse. So, I feel so bad. I would definitely be flustered if this situation come up. So I'm happy that Akash is a good sport. Let's check in on the big grid so far. It's not looking too big, but we're getting there, slowly but surely. The caterpillar is a growing. Yeah, it's got quite a hairdo there. And sort of a face mask, if you will. Oh god. Oh no. What is happening? We're adding look air clues now? This is going off the rails. Yeah, he's getting back at us for this is some vengeance for sure. He was just gonna set a nice little puzzle. And now look air. It's a little bit difficult to see there with the let me see if I can make that a little bit bigger. The outline of the dotted line is hard to see with the black is what I was saying. So Akash is going for a look air variant. Now look air is the shading variant. And I am blanking on the rules if someone wants to throw them in chat. Is it the number of shaded cells that are connected to the clue, right? And then every shaded cell must form a filled square. Clues represent how many of the 5 shaded cells forming a cross around the clue, including the clue itself, are shaded. 2 squares in the same size may not have a vertical horizontal line of unshading cells between them. So sort of like Heiwake deal. 2 squares of the same size may not have a vertical or horizontal line of unshaded cells between them, unless obstructed by another square. Okay. Interesting. Not Heiwake. What is that? What is that variant? I can't remember now. It might be Wicker itself. Heiwake doesn't have that constraint, does it? Maybe it does. Right, okay, yeah. You can look at the big grid in all its glory of whiteness around. Oh, I shouldn't have said that in that way, sorry. In all its glory of the JSS looking nice. Let's check in with Crusader. How's it going, Crusader?
Yep, I just found out a little cool trick here. So because of this 3-5, the column is 1, 2, 4, 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I make the wheels as part of the 1, 4, 2, 6, then these cells will be a naked single because it says all the digits.
Right.
That's one. Then this wheels is also, interestingly, it's only one. There's only one combination left because it cannot go 1, 4, 2 because of this one. And it cannot go 1, 4, 2 because of this 4. So it's either gonna be 1, 4, 2 or 1, 4, 2. But if you could do this 1, 4, 2, then these cells will not have any candidates anymore.
That's whack.
So yeah. So it's only gonna be 1, 4, 2 like this.
And are you leaving that 4th part of the wheel empty, or are you just leaving it for now and you're going to add something there later?
In here?
The 4th spoke on the wheel, so to say.
Oh yeah. So it's not always great to have all of the wheels being given. Because if this one two clues, it's you kind of see it as like a pair. It's either gonna be horizontal, either gonna be vertical or horizontal. So I'm trying not to use all of the 4 clues.
Right.
But interestingly, this could also be a 2. We're repeating 2 here.
Right.
I'm just using the 1 for 2 for now, but I think the logic is still the same, like using the digits from 1, 2, 4, 6 somehow. And let's see if the other wheels can help with that. Okay, so let's clean this up. This is 2, this is 4, and this is 1. Alright. Columns to the 5, 4. And we're left with 2, 3, 5. Okay. Is that helpful if I somehow use logic earlier? Like having this. I also found like if I make this to 6 somehow, these cells need to be on the wheels and can't be here.
Hmm.
And I don't want to give away like to 6 as the opposite.
Right.
So I want to get an offset like this. So one of them must be in horizontal and one of them must be in the vertical. So we got this. So it gotta be here or here. It must be here. It could be another one here, but at least I think this one must be here.
We're gonna check in with our friend Akash, and we'll come back in a second. Cash is looking pretty solid right now. Trying to figure out how to resolve this final situation. There's got to be some look air clue or crocky dot that they can use. I mean, I don't think you can put any look air clues there anymore because there's not enough shaded cells. Well, maybe on the 1 or 2, but other than that. So look air, all the shaded cells need to form rectangles, was it? Or is it squares? Sorry, I've already forgotten. I think it's squares. And the... Oh, there's things happening. The hexagons in this case have to be adjacent to that many, or including the cell itself, that many shaded cells. Yes. Okay, it is square. And then there's a rule, 2 shaded squares of the same size may not have a vertical or horizontal line of unshaded cells between them, unobstructed. So that means that, what the heck does that mean? Of the same size. Okay, so those single cell squares cannot see each other directly. They need to be blocked by some other square. Good grief indeed. It looks like Akash is finished. And we can get the move on. So we have of course the Japanese figures. All right, let's go back to the wheels. Coming back to the wheels, how's it going?
Yeah, this is an interesting one. I guess I should just make it like this one, right? Like, I don't know. I thought this 4-5 is gonna make it interesting, but it does give a lot. Like 4-5 cannot be here, so the only option is just 4-5 like this.
Right.
But it does seems to be getting a lot. Getting a 4 on this levels is might be a little bit too much to get. Okay, this is a problem on the wheel 6x6.
Yeah. Well, don't worry too
This
much
is
about the flow, I suppose.
let's change some stuff here. Let's if maybe I could use the 3 instead. If this wheels is a 3, this wheels have a 3, and then we have some of the 4-5 before it. 4-5 and 3. Then 4-5 cannot start here, and 4-5 start here. Then 4-5 and 3 next. Copy 4-5 and 3 here. So we got the 3 here and 4-5 before it. This 3 does get stuff done as well, but in different ways. Maybe that's okay. 5-6 and 1-3 here. Would be great as well, like if this is 4, because it fixes this row. But I think it's the same problem again. Having a 4 here, making this also have a 4. Maybe it's not so bad. Okay, this is 4-6. Let's just think about the other wheels first. We have 1, 2, 5 here. What can we do with these wheels? I guess with the offset logic, we can use something here. Like if I have a 2 on these wheels, then the 2 will be vertical. Then I can add something here that would help. So
Yeah, it's an interesting variant for generating these pointing pairs. 5, 3. Yeah, the problem is with 4, I think it's always gonna be resolvable. So let's just try and make this a 5 for now. That's not 5. Can this will fix it? 5, 2.
if I make this 5, 3, 2. Yeah, this is interesting. Okay, this might be interesting. If I go with 5, 3, and 2 here next, then we know what this is, right?
Mm.
5, 3, 2, and then we have a 6 here. Then we go 4 and 6 here.
Mm.
We go 1, 2, 3, and that's not 3. Now, is this doing something? There's a 4, 6 here. So the 4 in this box is in one of these two. Ooh, this might be fun. If I make this 2, and then next to it is a 6 to 6, then we're gonna have a 6 in one of these cells. Then it creates the next wing here.
Mm.
So the 6 in the column is only goes here. Okay, so it's either gonna go to 6 or to 6. Let's see if I can figure that out. 6 making this 4, making this 6, making this 4. And then this column, we need a 4. So the 4 can only go here. Right. Now, is that the 6 making this 5, making this a 6. Where goes to 6 or to 6? Oh, but the 6 is not here anymore. So it's just 4s.
Cute.
It goes to 6 like this. Right. So the 2 making this 1, making this a 3. And I think this is not resolvable, right?
Mm.
How to resolve this? Unfortunate.
On the other side of things, it looks like Akash has finished his look air and hasn't changed any of the clues from whence we last saw it. So we'll probably get kinoseidon in pretty soon here.
With a bypass there. Oh no. Okay, let's go back. Let's see if
It's looking so good.
yeah, it's unfortunate. Maybe if we start over, like, unless we don't use the 1-4, we use the 2-6 somehow here. Maybe it's gonna be different result. Like using the 2-6 from the other side might be a bit more.
And this is a great example of something that I always say is be flexible with your clues. Think about how you could use a clue in a different way. So in this case, instead of using the 1-4 in column 1, now Crusader decides that he's going to go for the 2-6 in column 3 and do the same deduction.
2-6. Yeah, 2-6 will be together, right? 2-6. 1, 2-6, 1, 2-6, 1. No, I want it to be 1-4 per 1-4 first. 1-4 to 6, and then this broke, right? 1 1, 4, 2, 6. Yeah, if we do 1, 4, and 2, 6 here, this one won't have any candidates anymore. Like for example, 1, 2, 6, and both of this will be 4. 1, 2, 6, 3, 5. Right, so we use the 1, 4 first, and then the 2, 6 after. 1, 4, and 2, 6. Right. Maybe this will have. So it's not starting here with the 1, 4. It's not gonna be the 6 here. So 1, 4, 2, 6. 1, 4, 2, 6 doesn't work, and this will break this. Okay, so it's only 1, 4, and 2, 6 like this. Okay, so this column needs to 6. Maybe this will lead to a bit more freedom here to use something.
Yes. So another really nice thing that Crusader is doing here is leaving the options open. So 1, 4, or 2, 6, like he was doing with that 4, 5 earlier. This gives him the option to change around what exactly he's specifying in the puzzle, whether he wants the 1 or the 4 in rows 4 or 5, or whether he wants the 2, 6 in whichever cell, which would be the most restrictive or the most fun.
4, 5, 1, 3. Let's try that again. 4, 5, and 1, 3 after. So 4, 5 cannot start here, and it cannot start here because next to it is not 1, 3. So it's only 4, 5 here and 1, 3 after. So let's just make it fast real quick. So if I make this 1, not 4, 4 to 6, then this is 1. Let's try making this a 3, then the 3 will be here. And it will lead to a 4, 5. This will be 4, this will be 5. This column needs 1 and 5. Okay, this will be 2, this will be 6 and 3. Okay, this row needs 1 and 2. This row needs 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're trying that again with the 4. And this is 5 now. So this is 5, 3 later on. And 4 to 6. If I make this 6, I suppose this could be 2 or 6, right? We have the same pattern if we use 2 or 6, I think. So let's try 2 first. 2 will be 6 here. Then it will create an X-wing. It will be here. So I put 6 here, making this 6 and making this 3.
We're going to check in with Kinnison, or kinoseidon.
Yep.
How's it going? Oh yeah, sorry, it's very zoomy. I was trying to see if kinoseidon was having trouble with his microphone. We might just have to deal with a quiet pillar for now. Okay, we're dealing with a quiet kill, a quiet pillar for now. Not quiet killer. That's not what I meant to say. All right, so it looks like he has some kind of cosmetic red line up. So I guess we'll see what Kino is gonna work on here. Hopefully we'll be able to tell from the clues. Or maybe we will go and check on our friend Crusader in the meantime. As it looks like kinoseidon. Why is it so hard to say that? It looks like he is just thinking right now. So we'll return to Crusader. How's it going?
I think this is unique now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, let's restart. So we have this position now. So now, if this is 4 to 6, then cannot start here, right? Like 4 doesn't work because of this. If we start here, then the 2 will be here.
Hmm.
And then we know this is naked again because of the 4 to 6 and 3, 5. So this is 1. We go 4 to 6, and this also doesn't have any candidates for the column. All right. So it goes 4 to 6. So this column needs a 2. And let's use this wheels. So 5, 3. This is not a 5, so it's not gonna 5, 3 doesn't work here, so it's only 5, 3, 2. Let's make this a 6. And 3 looks to the box, which goes there. And we need 4, 5, which we can fix. And the column we need 1 and 5. And this column we need 3 and 6. Right. So 3, 4, 6, we got 1, 2 here. And we got 4, 6, and 1, 2, 3. That's not 3. And for the 4, 6, we gonna go 1, 5, 6, by the way. That's not 5. And either the 4 is horizontal, which cannot be, so it must be vertical. So the 6 is always gonna go after it, like here or here, and then it will create that X-wing that we want. And the 6 in the column goes there. Now it's not 4, 6 anymore, so you just have to be 4, 6 like this.
It's funny how the 6 ended up in that position.
Yeah. I might have to rephrase the rules here about repeating digits in the wheels.
Yeah, just in case.
Yep. So we got 6, 3, and 6 looking up. 4, 6 is done. And this is not 6, so 4 looking down, 5 and 4. This column is only 1 and 2, which looks to the right. And this 3 looking to the box. And 3, 1, 1, 2, 5, 2, and 5, 1. Here we go.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Crusader.
Yep. This was a very cool idea with the Caterdokupillar. Was really fun.
This wheel is also a very cool idea. Thank you for setting that. It's a rule set we don't see very often, but it's very cool. All right.
Hopefully more setters can set with the wheels as well. Like it's just so underrated constraint.
Let's make those wheels spin. All right. See you later.
See ya.
Bye. Okay, Kinnison has added. Why do I keep saying Kinnison? It's not Kinnison. Kinoseidon, or just Kino if we want, or Kino or whatever, has added these killer cages and some coloring and pencil marked a 1-4, which Makes me think maybe it's some kind of palindrome sort of thing, or clones or whatnot. I don't know. I don't think clones would do that, but potentially palindromes, but I'm not sure why we would be using coloring. Just sorry, my fiance is very shy, and she came into the room to give me some vitamin water for vitamins, minerals, and the like, which I will probably forget down there. So remind me to hydrate. No, you did great, Crusader. You did great. Don't forget to throw your Caterdokupillar puzzles in, please, Crusader. Make sure you do that. Still not sure what these cages are or the coloring, but I'm excited to figure it out. No, it wasn't a margarita. Crusader, could you send Chameleon the 4 digits in the corner, please? So that we can move on to the next person? We seem to have missed them. Yes. Oh, we should look at the big grid because it's growing. Oh, that looks like a face too. Akash's totally looks like a face. Let's check it out in the transparency. Bruh, that is one sad caterpillar face in the corner there. Oh my word, he's so sad. That's what we mean by multiple faces. He's got some faces growing off his sides here. Crazy stuff. He's very sad that he had to redo the puzzle, that's why. Sadder pill. Come on, Kino. Fill in those cages so we can figure out what the heck is going on. On the edge of my seat, this is exhilarating. This is some real adrenaline content here. Oh my god! Inhuman! Okay, looks like we have Agent up next, but I think we're still waiting on those 4 digits from Crusader, which we absolutely need the 4 digits to move on. Otherwise, we might accidentally change the 4 digits. Hovering over disable regions now. That's an interesting call. Okay, here we go. We can, of course, as soon as we're going to flip over to agent, things start happening. All right. Joining us now is agent. How's it going, agent?
I'm Mr. I'm doing it. How about yourself? I still
I'm
don't
doing-
know what constraint I'm gonna use for this. I thought of maybe using arrow,
Mhm.
because Chameleon sent me a example which had 1, 2, 3, 4 here and 5, 6 here, and I thought, oh, maybe I can put an arrow here that could only be 3 or 4, like with 2 cells, but it doesn't work now. So maybe I'll think a bit more about the rule set. And also, after seeing Akash's puzzle, I feel I can maybe go a bit more in the direction of originality with that.
Mhm.
Sudoku time
Another look air.
first. Probably not. I think
Yeah.
one looker is enough, but I might consider doing some other kind of shading puzzle.
Yeah. Shading puzzles
Might
are
be
always fun.
interesting. Let's see.
Got some wild progress over on Kino's side, so I'm gonna check in with him quickly and then we'll come back here. Things have happened over in Kino's side of things. So he has vaults. Okay, that's helpful. That's very helpful. So vaults are, I do know what vaults are. Vaults, every cell that's touching the vault on the outside has to be not in the vault. So yeah, that's interesting. So I'm not sure what this shading is. And I'm not sure why the clones are there. So he has 2 clones here. But I'm not understanding this quite yet. So based on the vaults he has so far, like the 1-4 makes sense based on the corner vault. Oh, okay, so the coloring is based on these 2 corner vaults, I think. So I think Kinnison has done some extra little work here on the back end to figure out that if you put a 2x2 vault in the corner, in 2 corners of the grid, then you have this weird repeating pattern, which is hard to explain out loud, but I think you can sort of see it. This is very interesting. So he hasn't deleted the clones and he hasn't deleted the extra killer cages that are providing some restrictions, but he's made their transparency go to 0 so that he can use the restrictions that he's imposed somehow. There's some, I'm not sure I completely understand the killer cages because they were really overlapping, but yeah, it has quite a few solutions here. 792. And this will be a hard one to uniqueness check for sure. Very, very interesting though. So let's see if we can't figure out why that 1-4 has to repeat. So in box 2, the digits in that vault are definitely have 1 and 4. So then in the yellow area, except for the corner cell, which just touches by a corner, but it still can't be 1 or 4. In the yellow area, there can't be any 1 or 4s, at least the top yellow area. Then the only place for 1 and 4 are those two cells. And because Kinnison's put in that little vault there, he's using the clone to represent that the digit. Okay, he's not using that anymore, so I don't know if to explain it, but he had an idea, and I think he's revising it now. Oh, this is hard to follow. Did I say Kinnison again? I am losing it. Losing my caterpillar brain. Yes, Kinno. Just Kinno. Yes, I blame the hat and the one shared brain cell. I think Chameleon has been using the brain cell for a little bit. I had it at the beginning, but then we had an error, so now we have to throw it around a little bit. So the 5, let's think about the 5. So that 5 is, because there's a 5 touching that vault, you absolutely need to have the 5 in the corner there. Because the 5 couldn't go in any cell that touches that vault. Okay, let's check back in with Agent. Hello, hello. Seems like you've made some progress here.
Hello. Yeah, I've been playing around with a couple 2-cell arrow. Seeing a 6x6 is hard to have any, unless it says 6 or it leaves the region, it's hard to have any arrow that's longer than 6 cells. Not sure if this setup is doing anything, but a 4 or 6. Gonna change a bit. This 5 arrow here to make it a bit more forced. So if instead of going straight down, it goes like this. Actually,
Right.
it's not more forced, but so this
Oh,
would
with the
be 2, 3,
3.
4. So
Oh,
we want,
right.
I think I like this more for the next step. I feel still the possibility of having a 1 forced. Although having said that, I don't think this is forced to be a 5 at all anymore. Okay, here's another idea. Let's go back to the very beginning. Because these digits, if there's 2 arrows, they sum to at most 9. So if, for example, you have a arrow here, let's just assume it this box. Let's assume there's another arrow that does this. this. Something like this. And I think the implication of that is that this digit will have to repeat somewhere in this arrow, because if there are four here actually. Okay, never mind. Okay, so let's do this. Now the digit cannot repeat on its own arrow, so it will have to be repeated of these two cells. It will be this one too. And because these three cells are going to be a minimum of 6, these two arrows combined, this is a maximum of 3, so it is a 2 or 3. These digits sum to a minimum of 8 now, so they must include a 5. So 3, 4. This is 1, 2, and 6. Well, so now let's think a bit more about this geometry. This is 1, 2, or 3, not 4. So there's got to be a 1 here always, because if none of the 3 digits, because 2 of the 3 digits is on around this box, and in column 4, in row 4, it's gonna have to be these 2 or 3, and if there's no 1 in these 3 cells on the arrow, then there'll be some to 9, which means there's a 9 here, and there's a 1 here. There's no 9 in this puzzle. Now maybe having an arrow in one of these, an arrow head in one of these 2 cells can be interesting. Yeah, I like that, because let's see. Right, here's an idea. Now places a 1 here. So now this is a 2 or 4, 2 and 4, which makes that a 6 and that a 5.
Just gonna
This seems
go
to have to
check
be a
on
3, which makes that a 2 and that.
Kino, but this has been really interesting. Yeah. So I'm going back here because Kino got a lot of stuff, and I like to show you guys what he got, and he's going through it again. So, and these are vaults, just a reminder. The digits inside the vault cannot appear anywhere that touches the vault orthogonally. As the caterpillar grows, my sanity wanes. Oh, we get those circles. Do you see the circle? Circles now in the caterpillar. Crusader circles are up there now. We'll check that out in a second once we see what Kinnison is. Oh my god. Kino has done. Okay, so the 2-5 there is not right. 2-6, yeah. But I think everything else makes a lot of sense to me in terms of what's happening. I'm not exactly sure why the 3 and the 6 have to go exactly where they went, but it does make sense that that's a 3 and a 6. Yeah, the buttons on the caterpillar shirt, that's a good way of putting that. So now Kinnison is adding Kino. You even changed the name to that. Kino is adding another vault here, which can't be 1, 3, or 4, but I'm not sure if they're happy with that idea. I think they're thinking about whether or not that would do something productive. Yeah, drink every time I say Kinnison instead of Kino. Drinking my margarita. Just kidding. This is not a margarita. This is vitamin water. Totally not drinking. I actually totally am not drinking, just so you know. I missed that. There was only 18 solutions, it looks like, based on pencil marks. Six solutions now. But how are we gonna disambiguate this deadly pattern? And it looks like digits can repeat in vaults. I feel like that is not a typical vault rule. Or maybe it is. Yes, it is a typical vault rule. I'm losing my mind. Inequality sign, maybe? Yeah, could be. I think there is a couple solutions, though. I'm not sure how that's going to add to 24, but... I'm not sure I understand what the 2, 4 is for. 2, 4 is for. All right, let's check back in with Agent, and we'll come back here once Kino has decided to... It could multiply to 24. That's interesting. No, it couldn't. 6 times 4. Yeah, 6 times 4 is 20. Oh, 6 is not 3 times 3. Close to something. I'm like on the edge of my seat. I don't know if I should turn away or continue watching. I have no idea what this 24 is for. 22? What is 22? What? I am so confused. Okay. 2 solutions. But I'm not sure how he's getting that 2 anyway. Oh, is 2 and 5... No, wait, what? Does it mean that 2 and 5 are digits that are outside of the thing? Or that are adjacent? Or something like that? Let's see what the rules are. Let's see what this is. Or maybe we'll check in with Agent and then we'll come back. Agent seems to have... You seem to have something going on here?
Yeah, I definitely like this start so far, and I'm trying to find a good way to continue. So now that having like this was broken in these 2 cells, but in these 2 cells it works and still for it to be high digit was actually 1, 2, 3 pair forcing these 3 cells. And I'm just so now the in one of these 2 cells, depending on how this arrow grows. And what I just saw is that if I put it here, I make this a 1 cell arrow, and this is 5, this is a 4, 5 pair, and now this becomes a 3, it becomes a 1 and 2, and 3, and 2, 3, and 5, 4, think it's gonna do a lot of stuff. This is 1 or 2. This is resolved by this 4.
Looking pretty smooth.
There is a deadly pattern here,
Yeah.
which I can see could be resolved by upon a single arrow there. That's one option. Is there any other option?
It's a lot of repeats.
think if there's something I like. There are a lot of repeats.
Like in terms of where you can stick arrows in. The 4-4, the 3-3.
Yeah, this 3 here. Well, this 3 will do nothing. I need to like one of these to be resolved, right?
Yeah.
I think probably with this configuration, what I like the most is to do this, and then that will resolve. Not sure how I'm
Math
doing on
Pesto
the time.
says you could have done an arrow in the top corner, top left, 6-4 sort of thing.
Yeah,
But that might break your break-in.
yeah, that's another option. Yeah, that's why I kind of prefer something that at this point that was the least amount of stuff
Right.
possible. But I also would really like to have this kind of delete pattern at the end.
Mhm.
But I think I'm just gonna give it a test run and see if I like it. So let's just clone this here and restart. Okay. So hopefully it shall still be unique.
We're going to go back to Kino for a second because I just saw what the rules are. So it's different than what we thought. It was, let me zoom in on the rules here. So it says, clues are look and say clues which may apply either to the cells in the cage or cells orthogonally adjacent to the cage. That's an interesting rule set for sure. So the interesting thing about seeing a test solve of some setters set, their first test solve is when they add these 25 or 2-5 and 2-4 there, is that going to mess up the original solve path? And I'm guessing it's not going to because of the weirdness of the look and say thingy thing. So 2-5 means 2-5s adjacent to the cage or 2-5s adjacent or in combined. I think it means either there are 2-5s in the cage or there are 2-5s next to the cage. Lock and say. Is that what you said? No, you just said look and say. Lock and say would be a good name for this puzzle, though. Playmaker says he's already feeling sleepy from testing puzzles. Try talking the whole time. Yes, it should clearly reference Kinnison. Yeah, our two testers are I Love Sleeping and Playmaker Sleepy. That's great. Okay, let's go back and check in on Agent now that we know how the look and say are working. We're here and ready to hear what you have changed. It seems like you're changing things.
So it did solve uniquely with the version. I'm just trying to see if instead of having these 2-1 cell arrows, it's possible to have like maybe 1 arrow in box 5 and also resolve uniquely that way. I might spend a few more minutes trying that. If nothing works, I'll probably just end up using the one that already works. One thing that's interesting is that if that's a B, then there's a 1, 2, 3 pair. But I don't really see a way to force that being a 3. There's also 4, 5 pair. So maybe that's the way. If there's a 2-cell arrow there, it will have to be a 1 plus a 4 and a 5. Some order. I cannot use these two, right? It's not possible by arrow geometry. Unless no. Okay, here's an idea. An arrow like this, maybe this would have to be 5, 4, and 1. It places the 5 and the 3. Oh, that's broken. Interesting. This is okay. So I guess I have to move the arrow a bit like this. Which might be still not broken. Now that's a 5, 4, and 5, and 5, and 2, 3. But a 2. Now that's a 3 and a 4, 1 and a 3 and a 2 and a 3 and a 2. 4 looks down, 1 and 4, 2. That seems deadly again.
No, it's
Oh,
resolved
maybe
actually.
it's not. This is 1 and 6.
There's
Okay,
a
so
1 in
this
the
is
column.
6 and 1.
There's a 1 in the column already.
What? Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's was indeed the one that I just could not see for some reason. I think this resolves again. 3. Now the question is, do I keep this one or do I keep the other one? All the questions in life when you set Sudoku and you have multiple versions of the same puzzle. There's never really an obvious answer to get. But I think they're about the same, to be honest. So I might just keep the one that looks prettier. See which one has the nicest aesthetic. Probably this one, right? This one is a bit uglier. Thing here, I don't know, to me it seems a bit uglier just visually. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and say that this first one is going to be the version. Leave the floor for the other setter after me. I already tested it, so I guess I can test it another time just to be sure, but it should be good to go.
Could you flash the solution one more time for our benefit?
It's this one here. So I'll send the 4-digit.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you so much, Agent. Have a good one.
Thanks. It was a pleasure.
Pleasure as well. All right, Kino, not Kinnison, is just finishing up his test log right now. It seems like it's a pretty tough cookie to crack because he's struggling a bit to find the deductions, but I did kind of notice there was some reliance on the solver for part of it, so I think he knows what he's looking for, but he just wants to sort of figure out how to state those deductions in the right way. Yeah, if you do a mean mini, you absolutely need to have the 4 digits in the corner be the proper non-mean mini numbers, please. So mean mini is very nearly not allowed, but just barely allowed. You can't go mean mini into mean mini. That's gonna mess up something from the other setter's point of view. So unfortunately, I'm no fun. All right, after Agent, I think we have Philip up next. I think is what we have for maybe rockratzero. It's slightly uncertain for me, but I think it should be Philip. Yeah, that would be an interesting way of doing things, but I think we will just go ahead and make sure that every puzzle from start to end will transition to a normal puzzle so that the people who are coming next have the option to have a normal puzzle. A little bit worried about Kino's puzzle here in terms of difficulty. I guess we'll see. All 6s or 0s, that would work, yeah. I'm gonna let Benny in because he's screaming. All right, we have a guest. We have a guest now. Guest Kitty. Very loud. To add to our cat or pillar, you know. Go on. Join the grid. Join the grid. Be one with the caterpillar. Join us. You happy now? You don't know what's going on? What is happening in here? It's crazy town. Yeah, I know. He's just gonna sit down. Right, Kino is maybe gonna change something? I'm not sure, because it seems like a long test for not changing anything, but I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens here. And in the other channel, we have Philip Newman, who is just about to share his screen and get everything set up. And Benny, who is doing bad things and attacking clothes. Benny, come in. Look outside, baby. I'm hoping that Benny can stay in here and just check out the outside. You're double checking your gibbons. That's a good idea. I think they're correct. Yeah. Thanks, Playmaker. Philip is zoomed in, so we need to unzoom him. And how's it going, Philip?
It's going okay.
So what madness have you decided to set with?
I'm still thinking about Mean Mini.
Okay, just make sure that the next one comes out without it, please.
I promise.
Unless after you nil up Human is going to be setting the next one.
All right, let's see. Trying to decide what I want to put with the Mean Mini. You can tell how often I use Pinpa.
Well, you don't have to use pen, but you can use something else if you want. It's only possible to use Mean Mini Crusader if the 4 digits in the next puzzle. I actually don't think it is possible to use Mean Mini, is it? Because
I mean, it is. It'll just end up being 1 through 6.
isn't that...
Because these 2 digits are going to have to appear somewhere here.
Yeah, so then you really can't do a Mean Mini.
But I can put Mean Mini as the rules.
Oh, but then the digits just work out to be 1 through 6. Gotcha, okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't be very interesting in this case. If I'd had one where the
yeah, they
next
lined
puzzle
up.
was diagonal, it would work a little better.
There's only a few of those, but
yeah. What do I want to do? I'd also thought about making my part of the caterpillar the very hungry part and throwing a chocolate cake in there or strawberry or something.
Like an actual one, or
Like drawing one.
right? Strawberry would be cool. On the Kinnison side, Kennet side, it seems as though no changes have been made. A little bit skeptical on that, but I guess we'll see how it turns out, and our testers will let us know if anything's wrong.
We have deductions.
Nice one.
What have we not done so far today? I've seen Rinban, Arrow, German Whispers. One little German Whisper. That's a good point. I could change the regions.
Yeah.
And then I could definitely do Mean Mini. Let's do that then.
Chosen the worst setting tool for changing regions.
That's a good point. Yeah, I'm just going to switch to F puzzles.
Yeah, we did mention the FAQ that you can only do irregular or chaos instruction if the 2x2 that you're giving to the next person is 4 different digits.
I'm just going to make it like this and upset people that
Oh,
see all the
God.
regions going one way and
That's evil.
all right.
Agent of Chaos.
That's me. All right, so I'm just going to have to pretend that some of these digits are not 4 and 6.
Yeah, I guess F puzzles is also not great for setting mean many. So you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
It's fine.
So Philip is using F puzzles at the moment.
Yeah, I'm working on converting to NPA.
Okay.
I will still use F puzzles. I'll just pretend that the 4 and 6 are something else. And double check my digits here. Two, 1, 5, 3. It's good enough. I hope Clover and Glipper all are happy now.
Don't think anyone's happy with this, but so what constraint are we using with the
I kind
vertical?
of feel like something with multiplication would be fun.
Of course, yeah. I mean, obviously, for, I mean, many, yeah.
Good question.
Okay, we're gonna check in with rockratzero, who's setting our other puzzle, and then we'll come back here. Thank you very much. Hello. How's it going? I can't hear you, Rockrat, if you're speaking. Maybe we got a quiet Rockrat? Well, that's okay. I guess we'll just have to deal with that and continue. Technical difficulties.
That's all right. Can you hear me?
Oh, I hear you. How's it going? Gone again? Maybe? Okay. Maybe we'll check back in with Philip while we are dealing with the mic issue. All right, we're back with Philip.
Hello.
So we decided on math racks or something?
Playing around with Kropke right now.
Okay.
I'm trying to come up with something that's not just going to immediately give away what the digits are.
Right. I guess Kropke is technically something to do with multiplication.
That's true. Yeah.
So you weren't lying.
I mean, multiplication-wise, I was thinking... Hold on, let me switch back for a second. Like, the obvious thing to do here... Where is arrow? Why can I not see? Would be to do... can't even see those. Do an arrow like that. I'm not going to do it from the given digits, of course, but that would just immediately give a 3-7 pair. Make one of my
That's
digits 7.
21, right? Not just
Yeah.
a 1? Okay.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
hard
yeah.
to see.
Yeah. The gray from the grid I was given is covering it up.
Right. If it was 1 equals 3 and 7, I would be very confused.
Yeah, this is now a mean mini cryptic Sudoku. Oh. Can I do pill arrows in Pimpa? I don't even
It's
know.
a good question.
I can draw the arrow. I'm not entirely sure what I did there. 7 mod 3 equals 1, yeah.
Yeah. There you go. We have the rule set.
Oh.
Malrog
Shape.
says, yeah,
One.
okay, you got it. Yeah.
Arrow sums, yeah. Arrow sums. Okay, like that. Now where do I want it? Nope, not like that. How do I actually draw the arrows? Arrow tips? No. Yeah, help me out, Malrog.
Okay, we're gonna check back in with rockratzero quickly because he looks like he's setting a glipperall little killer. So let's see how that goes. So what are we making? Little killer Kropke on the outside. Consecutive. To 5. Yeah, I guess it couldn't be 5 because that's too little for a 2 in row 6, column 3. Oh my. And now we're going for a A ratio dot, okay. I don't... Oh, 12? Is that what we're going for? That's interesting. It just looks like there's a big dot in the middle of the side of the grid. Now, I'm going to assume that in the final puzzle, rockratzero will not have the 6 and the 12 in the grid. It just will be sort of an arrow. Escape the grid is always fun, yeah. Now, the difficulty is with the overlapping cells, so you can't put any outside clues in those gray cells outside the grid. So you need to be a little bit careful about what you limit yourself to with outside clues. Yeah, so I don't think we're going to get our 15-minute break, unfortunately, because we're a little bit behind on the schedule. We probably won't get through everyone today. Oh, I didn't finish my vitamin water. Always been a big sipper. Is that 12 constrained at all? I mean, one of the cells can't be very big, but I mean, it's between 2 and 4, so then the other two cells have to add to either 10 or 8. 8, not so concerning. I mean, neither of the two cells could be 1 or 2, so that's a little bit interesting. I mean, 10, you don't need a 1 or 2 for, but an 8, you don't need a 1 or... Oh, 2 would work with 2, 6, of course, but... And I guess 3, 5 would work for 8. So there's not very many possibilities for that 12 clue, actually. I think there's only 2 possibilities there. Let's see what Philip is up to. What is Philip up to?
Trying to figure out how I'm notating this right now. So I'm thinking about the possibilities of this 2-cell multiplicative arrow. So we can't put 1 and 2 both in the pill, because that's just going to put 1 and 2 on the arrow. But we also can't put them both off the pill, because that's going to give us some big number that needs to, like 48 needs to be 4 times 8. We don't want roping, basically.
Right. These family letters.
I'm unstoppable. So what could this be? Yeah, so the 2 is going to have to go down here. This is going to... Oop. Is that right? I think that's just going to break. Yeah, that arrow is just going to break. I'm going to have to do
Well,
something
yeah, if the
different.
1 goes down there, then it's broken, and if the 2 goes down there,
Right.
then it's broken, so.
Then the 2's down there, yeah. Alright, so that one doesn't work. But probably I can do that arrow. Let's try it like that for now. So we could have the 2 here now, potentially. If we have 1 and then something even.
Well, that would need to be 2 then.
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right.
The same problem.
So that would have to be 2 there. But that, yeah, that's just roping. Okay, that's not going to work. So let's draw something completely different.
Benny is very upset that he is not able to participate in the stream as a setter. He's very, very mad. He thought the Caterdoku was all about cats, so he's furious.
Try something like this.
We're gonna go ahead and go back to rockratzero because he just searched up Unicode fruit, so check out what the heck is going on over there. Alright, let's see here. Oh, he seems to have deleted a bunch of stuff. Well, I'm excited to see Unicode fruit. Whatever that means. What kind of fruits come up if you... What fruits are in Unicode? Oh, are the outside clues gonna be fruit variables? Please do fruit variables on the outside. That would be hilarious. Can you even put cosmetic into a little killer clue? Maybe copy pasting would work. I really hope this isn't unrelated. Let's do a check to see if Rockrat can speak. Rockrat, can you hear me? Can you speak? I guess not. Silent Sudoku. It's okay. Caterpillar. Cat got your tongue? It's okay, don't worry about it. We're all excited to see whatever fruit you're gonna put in the grid, if that is indeed related to this. 5 and 10 is an interesting little color combination there. Especially with the 4, 6 in the 10 clue. That's, well, 10 and 2 cells in a 6x6 is 4 and 6, right? So, okay, we got that. So then what are we doing? 4, 6. Well, 4 and 6 can't go with another 4 or 6, right? Or 5. Or 4, 5, 1 would work, sorry, my bad. That vitamin water may have been a bad idea because I don't have a pan to pee in, as someone had suggested earlier. Fortunately, 11 doesn't work there, so we can't make use of that. Might go ahead and... Oh, here, let's look at the big grid for a second, and I'll see if I can get something working here. For you guys to enjoy while I'm gone for a moment. I made this for the break, but I had to leave, so I will be right back. And you can enjoy this, and we will check back in with the setters once I am done. Just gonna mute. All right. So rockratzero is making some good progress. 19 interesting clue. Very few crappie dots. And let's check in with our friend Philip. How's it going, Philip?
Thinking through some possibilities. I've ruled a bunch of stuff out. That's not going to work. I mean, obviously I can extend these to 3 cells, and that's going to make things easier to work with. But I'm trying some 2-cell arrows, and everything breaks eventually.
Hmm.
Like, one thing I was thinking about was putting an arrow like this. Now, obviously, we could just end up with this sort of thing. But the problem is how are we going to disambiguate this?
Yeah,
We're
that
going to
seems a
have
bit
to have,
tricky.
yeah, we're going to have one of these on an arrow somehow. So then I was looking at, well, what if this is the X? What could it be? And I think the only thing that it can be for a 2-cell arrow is something like this. And then we get a 9 here.
But then there's going to be a 9 in the next grid.
No, yeah, because yeah, the 9 is ruled out of here, so that puts a 9 here. So that's why that breaks the next grid.
Yeah, it's close. Close to something.
Yeah, so I think instead of this, I think instead of that, we need to do something like this, maybe. No, not like that. Because we could go down here. So in this case, could have 4, 9, 4, 5, 9, 5. Then the 9 ends up here. 1, 3, 5, 2. And this isn't obviously broken, so that's something. The next thing to figure out is how to force this, because this could be 2 or 1, or well, it can't be 1. Could be 2.
Could you scroll a little bit down?
Oh, sorry.
No worries. That looks promising.
Yeah. So if this were 2, what would happen? So it could be 1 with a 3, 7. Could be 4 or the 3, 8 or a 6, 4. There's going to be a lot of possibilities here.
I'm going to check in quickly with Rockrat. Looks like he's made some progress. Not sure why the 7 points towards the 1, 6, considering that's already going to be placed by the time someone starts the puzzle, but maybe there's some reason certain fruits point both ways. I'm really looking forward to whatever fruit comes out of this, because we haven't seen the fruit yet. 7 might not be given. Oh, so then it's saying, oh, the 1, 6, right, is just telling us what the 7 is. Right, that makes sense. Interesting. So we've got, what is that? 10 plus, before we had 1 and 6 there, 4 and 6? 4 and 3, so that's 17. So he's looking for some way to resolve this. with a couple little killers that are maybe consecutive or something. You're down to 3 solutions now. Just getting 13 somehow. Ah, but that has to be a 6, right? So then we're down to 3 solutions, and we need a 2 and a 4 for that 7. Oh, but double 3 would also work, right? That's why. Ah, that's a little bit tricky. How does he know that 4? Or is he just trying something out? That 4 does look like it makes it unique. But I'm not sure where he got the 4 from. Oh, but that's not... Oh, that does work. Sorry, that does work. Not sure why he went away from that, because it looked like it was going to work out, but this one is multiple solutions. Why is row 1, column 3 not 4? Did he make it not 4? I thought it was 2 or like, or sorry, I thought it was 6 or 2 or something like that. If it was 6 or 4, then I'm not honestly sure why it can't be 4. It seems like it could be 4. Let's go check in to see if Philip has something in the grid. Ooh, there's something. Hello. Have we figured out
Hello
something?
again. Maybe.
Did you prove the 4-5?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Trying to get some other information in. Like that. The question is how much of this is forced. But I want to see what that does to the rest of the grid. Probably forces the whole thing, right?
Look at that. Disgusting.
So the question is that provable?
Disgusting if true.
Yeah. Hmm.
Heading back to our friend rockratzero, we see that he has added a 12, well, a dot next to the 6 that fixes the rest of the grid, and that what we thought was a 4-6 pair before was actually a 3-6 pair, so it wasn't getting rid of the 4, it was getting rid of the 3. So 3 is not consecutive with 5, which is why it would need to be that, but I'm not sure why it would need to be a 5 outside the grid. Like, if it's consecutive with a number inside the grid, it could be a 6 or a 4 or a 3 even, really. So I'm excited to see that. I think he's adding these arrows in so that the things don't need to be there. So we'll go back to Philip, see how the test solve is going.
Sorry?
Sorry, cut the end of it. I said we'll see how your test solve is going.
Oh. Yeah, I was just saying that the this can't be 5. Because the only thing this could be is XY. And we can't make 52, 53, or 51.
Hmm.
Probably rule 1 out of here.
Are X and Y integers between 1 and 9, or could they be pi?
I was thinking 0 through 9.
Oh.
But if I need to rule out 0, I'll make them 1 through 9. I don't actually want one of them to be 0.
Neither does the solver, I think. Then you kind of have to add a rule clarifying whether 0 something is okay in the pill also.
Right. Yeah, I'll probably just make it 1 to 9. So if this were a 5, this would also have to be a 5. Which is not necessarily a problem. But it is going to put restrictions here. Oop, did it again. It would make that a 2, definitely. This is one of those moments where I really want this to just solve without having to add anything, but I don't think it's going to.
I would be shocked.
So that's how a lot of my puzzles get made. I slap some things in the grid and it happens to have a unique solution, but digits. I mean, I guess we can think about what Y can even be. Probably can't be 7. Even that's not true. Like we could have 7, 5, 1, 3, 5, like that. That 1 is really a pain. I wish the previous grid didn't have a 1.
We'll go ask the other set to revise their puzzle.
Yeah, go fix your puzzle. Come on. I mean, we need to end up with 7 there, but Can't prove it. That's the other problem. I don't know for sure. So in this version, we would have 5, 5, 9, 2, 5. But we can't just write in a 9 here. This can't be 36. It can't be 45. Could be 54, which it is. Can't be 63. Can't be 72. Can't be 81. Yeah, so it would have to be 54 in this case. 2, 3. That does have to be 3, which is something. And that's 3. I don't think the 1-9s resolve. Yeah, so I'm going to have to add something to resolve the 1-9s. That's good, though. That means I don't have to mess around quite as much with figuring out if this solves, if I can prove this 4. I can add something useful for that. Like 12, 3 times 4 is obvious here.
Not quite as obvious when you have nothing in the grid, but
Right. Just as a disambiguation.
yeah.
I have 12 here as well.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to put the arrow here and see how much that helps. The right mode again. So I'll do it like that. Looks nice.
So it seems like rockratzero is finishing up with the puzzle and putting it into Pempa so that you can edit the outside cells, but unfortunately for us, it doesn't seem like there's any Unicode fruit. Very disappointed. And I'm a little bit worried because the test solve, I was watching it a little bit while Philip was talking, and it didn't look that productive.
So if this is 5, 5 goes here. Is there any way this could be 3? Probably not. Yeah, that can't be 3, definitely.
So how are you working that out in your head? Divisibility?
Yeah, just, I mean, 13 is prime, 23 is prime, 33 would be 3 times 11, 43 is prime, 53 is prime. Lots of prime numbers. 63 is the closest thing that would work, but we would need 3 new digits. This is 1, it would have to be 21. 81 would work if these weren't in the same box. This is 2, it could be 1. Could be 3. It can't be 3 because there's 3 in the room. Never mind. That should be it. This is 5. It can't be 25. Could be 15.
Clipperall says that he won't have to do the horrifying puzzle because now you've done it.
I expect Glipperall to do something even more horrifying than this.
Or maybe that's in reference to rockratzero, actually. I'm not sure.
All right, can this be higher than 2? So obviously it could be 4 or 5 with the 5, 9 here. Should force that to be a 2. I don't think it can be anything else though. Yeah, I think those are the possibilities. But as 12, we have lots of possibilities here. See if I can roll out 4 or 5 real quick. So that would be useful. 5 would go here. Four would go here. Now, what could this be? Obviously, that's not 1. Can't have y times y, so that must be 2. Yeah. And that can't be 1, so that's 3. So this would be 6 times something. It'd have to be 8. I mean, surely this is going to break somehow. Oh, yeah, it breaks because we have a 9 down here. Back up a little bit. So yeah, we'd have to have 4 there. This would have to be 9. Yeah, and it breaks. There's nothing this could be. Okay, so this is not 4, 5. This is a 1, 2 pair. That's what I needed. So now this is X or Y. This is either 3, 7, 3, 4, or 2, 6. Not as helpful as I'd hoped.
Yeah. So how set are you on that solution?
I don't want to find another solution.
I'm just asking because of the time limit, time constraints.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty set on that solution. I'll
So
get it to work somehow.
If we had to choose those 4 digits and then move on to the next set, or is that possible?
Yeah. Yeah, I can make sure it solves. This is what I get for being too ambitious.
Yeah,
So yeah,
unfortunately.
let's just fill that in real quick so we can see what it looks like.
The nature of a live event is that we have to keep on keeping on.
Four, 1, 2. There you go.
Excellent. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Philip, for this very, very interesting setting experience.
I'll make sure it solves.
Yeah, and good luck to you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. Have a good one. All right, we'll go back to rockratzero, who is still doing sort of a test solve sort of thing of his puzzle. I'm not sure how close we are to that being done or whatnot. I think he was typing I messed up. Messed up in the beginning. Oh no. Yeah, okay. The 4. Yeah, so he didn't realize that 4 or 5 could work up at the top there. It couldn't have been a 6 because of the 5 in the column, but because it could be a 4, there's a possibility for 8. So we need to resolve that somehow. All right, we have Math Pesto in the other channel, so let's go check in with them. To unmute myself. Hello.
Hey there.
How's it going?
All right. Trying to figure out how to follow up that mean mini.
Yes. Are you happy or sad that you don't have a
I
9?
have a thought. You know, it might have actually helped me, but I didn't want to encourage. But with Sun. Hello?
Yes, hello. Sorry. I was adjusting the setting. Sun and Moon?
Oh. Yeah.
Oh. I'm getting real wild now.
So I want to do some kind of loop hybrid. And I was hyping up Sun Moon the other day to Zeta, and it's on my list of things I have not tried out yet. So I'm going to try and do a build your own loop with Sun Moon and the Whisper. So we'll see if that actually works.
With the regions being the areas?
For those who aren't aware, basically enter and exit each box exactly once. Yeah, right. I'm not going to try and create additional regions or anything crazy like that. But yeah, and it either has to visit every moon or every sun in each region. It can't visit both. And then it has to alternate. From one region, it's all moons, to the next region, it's all suns, or vice versa. So we'll see how that goes. So, like, one thing I'm thinking right now, obviously you have to kind of go around clock exactly once. And so if I have a moon here in box 5, sun in box 6 right here, it's gonna either cross the box in row 6 or row 5. Either way, it forces box 5 to be a moon region, regardless. So that's what I've got so far. Also going to need to do a lot of, I guess, parity stuff to make this work. So for example, let's see, if this went up, yeah, that could work. If this went down to 4, that actually wouldn't work. So I'll put an X there. So this is going to be where is it? To go over. And I'm very much prepared to totally give up on this if this doesn't work out. So let's see. Could this go here and then there? It could, or it could go down. So it's definitely not visiting this box. It is visiting this box. So let's see. That's going to be another low digit. It's definitely going to visit this one, and that's going to also be a low digit. Let's see. It can't be a 3 because it's gonna. Okay, so that's gonna be a 2. And it therefore can't go this way. And this is either going to break very soon, or I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. So that's going to be a 5, 6. These are 1, 3, 4.
Remind me, moon, sun, it only has one exit and one entry, right? So it can't go in and dip out.
Correct. So that means it's definitely going to have to go. Whoops. Here and yeah. So if I put another sun in box 6, it's going to have to hit that. If I put a moon in box 6, it's going to have to avoid that. So like if it went up it couldn't do that. Actually. And if it went down, that would not work either. So it has to go here. Oops. And then this can't be a 4 either direction. So let's see. Now we have a 5, 6 pair, so we're going to get a bunch of digits. Okay. 3. So it's definitely not going down. It could go up or it could go over. So I'm going to leave it like that. Give myself some. Let's see. I also have another tab open with F puzzles if I want to check for candidates and all that stuff.
Right.
Oh wow. Yeah. So. Okay. Yeah, this is going to resolve or break very quickly.
Is it already really restricted?
It's already very restricted. Yeah, this actually has to go up now, to think of it. Oops. Okay, so that has to be a 1 or 3, forcing a 4 there. That's a 4. If this... Oh, and then it's going to have to go up. Honestly, I might just get rid of the moon-sun constraint if this is resolving this quickly. It may be pointless adding more moons and suns. Okay, so let's see. This could be, yeah, that would work. So let's see. What's that going to do? Okay. Right. So there's probably
check in with rockratzero and then we'll come back.
Great. Sounds.
Oops. Okay, so rockratzero looks like, well, obviously they messed up. Let's get rid of that. Looks like they are this big for the F puzzles or Sudoku Maker or whatever it was. Sudoku Maker, I think it was. Looks like they are adding some crop key dots into the grid itself to easily or more easily resolve some of the ambiguity that was around that 4 or 5. Seems like they needed quite a few crop key dots to do so, which is unfortunate. The black one with the 3-6 seems like it probably would have been a... Oh no, because you didn't know it was 3 or 6, right? Could have still been a 2-4. That's not gonna work. I think that was just a misclick there. The double 3s. Oh, it was to remove the 3 Bunsen marks, but it was accidental placing the 3s there. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that I have my standing desk set up today. I mean, it's a good thing that I'm not sitting this whole time, but then again, I have to, and I can shake out my legs sometimes, but... Chat is pointing out that you can resolve the crop key dot in the top right. Not sure if rockratzero can actually hear me. I tried. Well, not technically chat, but my volunteers pointed that out. Yeah, got it now. We got it now. Or maybe not. Can it be 2-4? Oh, there we go. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, so basically, it was either 2-6 to add 8 or 4-6 to add 10. But if it was 2-6 to add 8, I'm actually not 100% sure if I understand why they thought it needed to be 2 and then 1. I don't know if that's actually true. So let's head back to Math Pesto and see what they're all doing. All right, looks like
Work. So
you've made a little bit of progress.
possibly.
Possibly negative progress.
I overlooked one possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, basic regression. I broke it already, but then I realized I overlooked a possibility, and I'm hoping this possibility will not break. So we shall see. So I'm now running this by fpuzzles to make sure I'm not going down another trap. Nope. Okay, so far so good. It's not broken yet. Three, 6, and 4, 5. 2, 6, 5. That's 6. That's the 4. Okay. And that's a 2. So already it's got a lot going on, but fortunately, like this could, let's see, if this goes over, it could go to a 1 and then a 5 and then a 2, or it could go straight up to the 2. The 6, it can't go over this way, I believe, because then it would be a 1 or a 3 or 4. Put an X there. Yeah, I guess trying to do a build your own whisper loop is not the best when I wound up with like the 4 givens are all 1 through 4.
Yeah.
But you know, oh, and obviously you have 6 here from the 3.
I mean, it does restrict the corner a bit, but
That's okay. Yeah. Right. Let's see. So I'm reluctant to do any moon or sun stuff yet, because it does resolve so quickly. So let's see. Oh, I could put a sun here, and then it would have to go around. Let's see that. Put a sun there. Oh no, that immediately breaks. Never mind. Great. So let's see. It could do something like, no, it can't do 6, 1, 5. Okay, so it could go around like this. So what I need is maybe that to block it off. If I put a sun there. Alternatively, if I put a moon here, that might be nice. Let's see. Because that's going to force it. It could go up and over, but it's definitely going to take this. So that's definitely going to be a 5. Oops. Let's see. Hopefully that doesn't break anything. So let's see. This could go up and over and around, or it could go down and over. Either taking the 2. Okay, that's good. Maybe I could put a moon or a sun there. I don't know. All right, let's see. If it went this way, it would have to go here. Could it go up 6 to a 2, 3? That wouldn't work. So okay, and then straight down. A 1 there. Oh, and this is going to resolve all the digits now. Great. Let's see. Okay. What am I missing? 3, 6, 3, 6. Does that work? No. That breaks. Okay, great. So putting that 5 there was a problem. So I'm just going to rewind that far, and say that that's not what it does. So let's go to here first in this direction and say it's got to go. From 1 to 4, because if it went up and then down, yes. Okay, and then I'm going to go down again. And it's broken again already. Okay, so let's see. What should I do different? All right, I'm gonna get rid of the sun and the moon, and I'm just gonna try a whisper loop and see what happens. So I'm starting over. We'll see. I'm gonna start from here. Let's see if this went up to 5, 6, to 2 to 5, 6 to 4. That wouldn't work. If it went 5, 6, 2, 3, 5, 6, that would be fine. Okay. So let's see. This wasn't the best choice.
I think you need something to control the path, like can't touch itself or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, then it's no longer sun moon, which may be what I end up doing. It could be just some other kind of clues, you know, given certain circles have to be on the line and act as cave clues or something like that. I'm not sure. Yeah. Let's see.
Or give the number of loop cells in the box, something like that.
In that box, I was thinking that as well. Yeah. That would be the best choice. All right. So, yeah, I think I'm going to give up on Moon Sun. I will save that for another day, and I'm just doing just doing some other type of clue to be determined. 6, 5, 2. Okay. And then if it went, it could go up and over. So let's just do. I'm going to stick to number of cells in the box. So for example, could this be a 5? That wouldn't work. In fact, so this has to be a 4. Oh, and how would that wouldn't work then? Okay. All right. Let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 1, 3, 4, 6. 6.
All right, we have finished up with rockratzero, and we're moving on to bookworm. Who I believe is a quiet pillar. So we will be chilling, watching them set. A nice little killer Sudoku something? Cosmetic cage killer. Something's going on. Got these pink cages here. AA, not sure what that means, but we'll find out eventually, I think. Some red in the grid. Excuse me, again. No more vaults. Yeah, the vault one from Kino was, I think, really hard. I think the testers had some trouble with it. Or maybe still have some trouble with it, I'm not sure. So maybe we'll check back with Bookworm once we know what's going on. Go back to Math Pesto for a bit.
Let's see if this is a circle and it's on the loop.
So squares are off the loop? We missed that.
Yeah, squares are off the loop, circles are on the loop.
Okay.
That's what I'm gonna try out now. So that would force a 6 there. Oh, no, that breaks. How did that? No, I think I miss. What did I do? I don't know. Let's see.
Make it single 5 in the column, I guess, is what you missed.
Yeah. Okay. And okay, so I'm gonna go back on that circle. And maybe make that not a 2. So that seems problematic. Maybe making it a 1 and forcing this to be yeah. Okay. So yeah, this is the only place for a 4, in fact, and that's going to break it as well. All right.
Fun times.
Yeah, right. Okay. So what else can I do? I'm gonna rewind on that part. Okay. Whispers. Nope, can't go like that. Okay, so I have a loop that works, and I'm gonna maybe do some reverse engineering here. I think, usually that's my approach when I have a rule set that breaks so quickly.
Right.
I just try and find out what might be one of the few actual solutions, and see what that does. That's going to be 6, 1, 2, 3, 6, 5, 2, 4, 3. How is the other puzzle that's happening right now going?
I'm still
it,
not sure what is being set, so I don't have much to say about it. Some kind of cosmetic cage thing.
Okay. All right. So this works as a loop, and it resolves everything. So I did like the moon and sun theme. So I'm wondering if I can actually force that again by thinking about some other properties. So if this is a sun, then it has to go through a. Oh wait, that's a special shape. Let's pick a nice, not too bright yellow. Okay, so like if this is a moon and this is a moon, it would have to go through one of those because it's going to cross these. So either whichever one it crosses is the sun, not moon. And so let's see if I could force a moon there. And let's see what that does. So I'm going to do ability off. So like if it goes through here, it can't hit that. It would hit that, and that's going to break actually because it can't go to either way to be a whisper. So it doesn't take this. Therefore, this is the sun that it takes, and it's a 5 or 6. So this has to be a 1 now to be low, and it has to hit this and not hit this. So this is going to be a 4, 5, or 6 cell. Is my notation showing up on the screen, by the way? That
I'm. The suns and moons?
Like I'm in a magenta color. Does that not?
No, that's not.
No,
not
no.
showing up at
I'm
all.
using some app to write on my screen. But
Oh, that's
I guess
not
it's not showing up.
No.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay, I will. Here's what I'm going to do then. I'm just going to get rid of my. I'm going to delete the solution. I have it on another tab. I'm just going to resolve step forcing. I'm having a huge lag on my computer.
That's not good.
Which unfortunately is slowing things down.
I'm gonna go check in with Bookworm and see if anyone else
Choosing
understands.
to be very slow right now.
What's happening? Okay, so this is what Bookworm has done so far. She put some notation on the side of the grid, and I think it's just notes. I did ask, but I haven't gotten a response. 25 and 16. I'm not sure what that means. Both cages have AA, and then there was a 3-cell cage that had a question mark. So, not sure. And he wants a cuddle. I gave him a fish instead. Took cold. So he's cuddling with the fish. I don't have a pet cam, unfortunately, so you'll just have to take my word for it that it's incredibly cute. AB. AB. I'm not sure what that is either. So we have AA, AA, and AB. Is it like... It can't be like the same sum two number thing. Plus? Oh my word, what is happening? I don't understand that name. Do people understand this name? Urzwich is that plus or minus 1? Is that what that was? Or is that's God on something? Urzwich. What's Urzwich again? Okay, let's go check back in with Pesto while someone updates me on what this is. Hello.
Hello again. So my computer is being more cooperative now, thankfully.
Excellent.
And I am now trying to place some suns and moons in a way that works nicely for this. So yeah, so far it seems like this will actually come through. And we're trying to remember. So if this is a moon box, then box 1 is moon, is sun. Box 1 goes into box 3 between that. So to force that, putting a sun here, and that's going to have to be a low digit. Now, it can't be a 3. This could be a 3 though. Okay. And let's see. This could still go over or it could go down. So maybe what I can do is add another moon here, and then this becomes, or sorry, I keep saying moon, but it's a sun. Yeah, on puzzling puzzles, the moon is more, sorry, the sun is more sun-like, like it has the rays. But on Penpa, the option for sun is just a circle, so it could very well just be a full moon for all we know.
Full moon.
All right, so
yeah,
say that again.
I said full moon and moon instead of sun and moon.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'll be right back. All right, let's go explain what Urzwich is, because I now know. So all clues are encrypted. Every digit with a clue has been replaced with either a question mark or a letter. The letters A, B, C, etc. are each in Urzwich, which represent different digits each time they appear. So every time a digit appears, it's a different, or sorry, every time a letter appears, it has to be a different digit. 2-digit clues may not start with 0, but 1-digit clues may. Now, I think that these are killer cages? Maybe? Or maybe they're vaults. I don't know. I guess they're probably killer cages. I hope they're killer cages. Because it's 1, 6, 2, 5, 3, 4, but then 2, 5 doesn't make any sense. 3, 4 doesn't make any sense. So are they... What are they? What are they? What is PLAS? Plus. Plus, plus, plus. What is plus? Plus, queen. Psycho look and say? Oh, God. Okay. So, that's ridiculous. So it's saying that the digits which are indexed by the row and column of that are exactly that digit. So then 1, 6 for the bottom AA is saying that in either the 4th row, 6th column, or 6th column, 4th row, there is 1, 6. Is that correct, rockratzero? And the 2-3 cage is saying that in both of row 2 column 3 and row 3 column 2 there are 2 5s, but that's not true. What? How is it psycho look and say? Am I misremembering what psycho is? Let me refresh. I was talking to rockratzero in the chat. Let me refresh my memory. On Psycho Killer here. So a digit placed in a Psycho Killer cage will reference a cell somewhere in the grid. The box number of the reference cell is the digit placed in the cage, and the position of the reference cell in that box is the same as the position of the cell providing the reference. Oh my god. The referred digits must sum to the number in the top left corner of the cage. Sorry, I got them completely wrong. Okay, so what it's saying is that in box 4, the 6, that's not true either, is it? Okay, either in box 6 or box 4, the 6 is where that 6 or 4 is. And then the 2-3 is saying that in boxes 2 and 3, the 5 must be where the 2 and 3 are. So that's why the 5 pencil marks are in those 2 places in boxes 2 and 3. The 3, the top AA cage is saying that, is saying something. It's saying that it's saying 3 4s. So 3 of these 4 numbers refer to a 4 in that position in boxes 1, 5, 2, or 3. Well, box 2 can't have the 4 in that position, so therefore it has to be box 3, box 1, and box 5. But box 1 and box 5 4s would contradict each other, I think. Unless I'm missing something. Or unless it's referring to 4 3s. Maybe 3 4 is just what it has to be, but it could be either way around. So if it's 4 3s, that doesn't work either, does it? Because then in box 1, the 3 would have to be over there, which doesn't work. I'm not sure I understand how this AA at the top would work. I think it just is broken, if I'm correctly understanding it. But please correct me if I am wrong. I guess it could be, no, it can't be 0. Maybe it could be 0. I'm not sure, but it has a 3-4 in the box with it. I'm not sure how that's deducible, but yeah, this is some wild stuff. This puzzle definitely needs a Scarlet Choker or something to slow it down. Okay, let's check back in with Pesto.
Hey there.
Hey.
So I'm at a point where I have a few options actually, which is refreshing. So I'm just figuring out where to place my final moons and suns to make things work out nicely. And I want to, so some moon sun puzzles will have just one type in a region, but then that kind of gives away the alternating sequence. So I want to make sure I have one of each symbol to avoid that in every box. So like if I gotta put a moon there. Now,
well, it's sort of a giveaway because
as a sun region,
as soon as you get one, it's this reprise is kind of spoiled.
Right. Yeah. I want to delay that a teensy bit if possible though. Okay. So like if I put a moon here, it's gonna have to do that, or it could go up and over. That's not great. But if I put a sun here, that's something. If I put a sun, I'm also trying to avoid putting any suns and moons in the given digits. If I put one here, that's going to do most of the work. Okay, so now as a moon region, this has to go like this. Force. And then the line will go. And then that's going to resolve all the digits. And then there's just one tiny part that needs to be forced. Oh, okay. So I'm not a fan of the same shape across the border because that's also another kind of giveaway, but I think that's what I'm going to be forced to do. Unless it went up, and that were another moon, that would be just as bad. Okay, so I'm going to place my final sun here. And that should be it. How are we on time? I'm assuming behind?
Oh, very behind.
A bit.
Apparently two of our volunteers have fallen asleep.
I think what
I guess is what I'm getting.
Okay. So you know what I can say then is that this will be my grid. I'll double check it to make sure it doesn't need more information or anything, but that way the givens can be passed off to the next setter.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you for your cooperation.
All right, thank you.
The other person is setting an switch psycho look and say.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, it's intense. All right. Well,
Yeah.
thank you. Oh,
Right.
see you later.
Bye.
Okay. So it seems as though Bookworm has maybe crashed. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to a break. We're just gonna go to a break and yeah, maybe 15, 20 minutes break. And then we will return with the rest of the stream. Yeah, I might have been looking at the wrong position for that one amnesty. Oh, it looks like Bookworm might be back, but it's loading. I will leave this on during the break. If Bookworm continues to set, we will just watch it here without my jabbering. All right, well, I will see you guys after the break. I forgot to unmute. Hello, we are back. We are back. And we have Kennet's dad. Who is going to be setting next. We still have... Oh yeah, can you guys, the people who are only, like, can only join today, can't join at the other streams, can you please let us know in the time slots channel if we're not going to be able to do everyone, so we need to know who needs to be done and who is okay with not being done. Oh, sorry, Kennet. Were you talking? Oh, sorry, Kennet. Were you talking? Gotten a lot of...
No, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm getting a bit of feedback from you. Oh, sorry, Kennet. Were you talking? Gotten a lot of...
No, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm getting a bit of feedback from you. Oh, sorry, Kennet. Were you talking? Gotten a lot of...
No, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm getting a bit of feedback from you. Oh, sorry, Kennet. Can you not hear me? Can you hear me? I'm not muted. Hello? Hello, can you hear me now? Hello, 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 hello.
A new teaching job in my home state starting in August. And my wife is still in Hong Kong and she's moving over this week. So I'm just going to do a simple puzzle because I am rusty and I haven't had time to really think about Sudoku in a while. So nothing considerably new here except for except that I'm going to be using my somewhat new, as of this year, constraint, the line constraint that is similar to region sum lines, except that the line creates a ratio between the segments in different boxes. So if the box border in a region sum puzzle divides the line equally. The segments on either side of the box border must include digits that sum to X. In my case, it's the other side. It could be either side, actually, of the box border. That has to be determined by the solver. But which side is double is obviously going to sum to 2x, while the other side divided by the box border just sums to x. So, and I've done this with tripling one side of the box border, quadrupling one side of the box border. So I've expanded this line constraint considerably, but I'm just going to use the simplified version of the 1-to-2 ratio or the 2-to-1 ratio line. And I've started off by calling these things garden path lines, which is kind of a play on words with like exponential meaning and growth at the same time. But I don't know if this line constraint has been done before by somebody else in the past. And me and several hundred solvers of my puzzles that have used this constraint. If we're all just losing our mind and we don't, because I can't remember another setter having this line constraint before, but it might have been done because it's not that like great of an idea, I suppose. Oh, well, seems I'm getting a message.
Well, can you hear me now? I guess not, still. It's very odd that you can't hear me. Hello, can you hear me now? Maybe? Okay, well, that's okay. We're gonna go check in with the bookworm, and she has made some progress in terms of her ear switch, which is apparently German for crazy. Psycho look and say killer, which is indeed crazy, and moved around some of the clues here. So the line constraint that Kennet was talking about should be interesting. Looking forward to watching that. This is Psycho look and say ear switch, which is a bit crazy. All of the A's have to be different numbers, and all of the B's and all the C's have to be different numbers, and the killer cages are referring to Psycho look and say, which is like 2 5s in the positions of the grid. It's wild. Yeah. It's really hard to explain in words that make any sense. But basically just know that this is crazy. It takes like multiple paragraphs to explain. So when they put that 1 there in that AA cage, that was saying that there is a 5 in box 1 in that same position. That's the psycho killer part of it. The look and say part of it is in the middle of those cages, there's like the 3-4, the 2-5, the 1-6, and it's referring to there needs to be 2 5s that are indexed in that way that I just described by those numbers in the cages, which is insane. Looks like Bookworm is getting close to a solution, which is good because it's been going for a little while. Let's go back with Kennet for a second. Hello, Kennet? Can you hear me? I'm gonna try restarting Discord and see if that will allow me to talk to Kennet. Hello, Kennet. Can you hear me now? Kennet, can you hear me now? Hello? I guess not. Well, the good news is that Bookworm is testing right now to see if puzzle is unique. Well, I don't think it's unique at that point, but she's testing something. I'm not sure what she's testing, but she's testing something. Yeah, so Bookworm seems to be filling out something. I don't see how this could be unique, but I guess we'll see. I mean, maybe she realized it was unique before she added that other clue? I don't think so, but maybe. If this is unique, this is ridiculous. It makes me worried that she's looking back at the solved grid a lot. Let's go over to see what Kennet's dad is up to. So Kennet's dad is continuing that one, which I suppose that's fine. It's a bit unfortunate that we have two people who are not speaking at the moment. Because of technical issues. And Kennet can speak, but I can't speak to him for some reason. So it seems as though Wyrm has a working grid. So we will take that. So basically, the way that Wyrm writes in the grid, turns out this has been unique for ages. Funny. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. I don't know why they're putting smiley faces around the whole grid, but I have lost Kennet's dad stream. Okay, there we go. So Kennet's dad's lines have the property where it's basically like equal sum lines, but instead of being equal, it's doubled. So it's kind of like a Kropke equal sum dealio. Now, normally we shouldn't really be putting clues into the other part up there with the 4-6, but since there's no clues in that part of Math Pesto's grid, I think we're willing to let it slide. There's been some other things like that a couple times, so I think we're okay with letting it slide. So it looks like Kennet's dad has this 10, and then the other sum is 5, which is therefore 1, 4, because I guess this 2-cell sum having to be doubled at 1 cell would be 2. I'm not sure why that can't be 2, 3 actually. Seven? Then you would have to put 14 into a single cell. That doesn't quite work. So next up we have MaizeGator in our other chat. So let's go check in with Maize. How's it going, MaizeGator?
Hey, Meme. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
This seems harder than it sounded for sure. I'm sure you're getting tired. It's a long day for you.
Yeah, I'll survive.
Are we supposed to be naming these puzzles, by the way?
It doesn't really matter. We'll probably clear all the names anyway, so you can name them if you want, but it probably won't go very far.
Okay. All right, I just put one in. So my idea is a Narakabe hybrid. I'm a bit of a newer setter, and Narakabe's always been my favorite genre, so it's the one that I have the most practice with. So we'll do the standard Narakabe shading, where we go blue for water and green for islands. No 2x2s of water, of course. And then around the grid, I'll put some cage clues. Those will indicate the locations for islands. Every island will have to have exactly one cage clue. The digit in the cage clue will have to be the sum of the island, and then the number that is going to be in the cage will be the sum of all the cells, and the solver has to figure out the shape of the islands. We'll also have digits not repeating within the islands as well. So hopefully that sounds okay for rules.
Sounds like a blast.
We'll fill in a 3 and a 5. So I like this arrangement of clues. I need cosmetic cages, and I need... So as I was playing around with this, I used regular killer cages, but then in the finished version, I'll replace that with just a cosmetic cage. Okay. So those will both be island. That will have to be water to separate the island clues. So this one, if I make this a sum that can't be made in 2, for example, that would be interesting. Maybe a sum that has to be made in 3. You know what? Actually, I'm going to move these up 2. Go there and there. The reason I did that is because if whatever clue I make this, I want it to extend. So I'll go green there, water there. And no matter what that is, that'll have to come out. The water will have to come out. And I'll make it a total that has to be at least... What if I made this somewhat big and then made it so that it couldn't run into another clue out here, for example. Oh, you wanted me to stay away from clues that are in this 2x2, right? Because that'll be the next grid.
You're allowed to put 2x2s in there. Or sorry, you're allowed to put clues in there, but you're supposed to avoid putting clues in the previous one.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So no clues down here, but I'm good to put a clue there.
Yeah, you're okay to put a clue there.
Okay. Right. So I'll just remember this clue will have to be something that's going to be greater. It's going to need more than 2 cells to make it be at least 3. And then maybe something like maybe this cage would have to make this cage huge and see what happens. I'll put a cage here. So like if this would have to be 5 cells, for example, 5 is a good, like 17. Actually, it couldn't. 17 with this rule set is the only one that would be impossible if this were a 5, because, or no, 16. 16 would be impossible because then it'd have to be missing a 5 out from 21.
I'm gonna go check in with Kennet's dad. It looks like he's made some progress, but I'll be right back.
Sure.
Alright, it looks like Kennet's dad isn't going to be able to speak or hear me, but we can have some fun anyways, watching his setting and talking about it. So it looks like we have 8 and 4, and the reason why we couldn't have 2 and 3 there would be because then the other line would have to be 4 and 5, Kuraban points out, which is an odd number, which cannot be, of course. Can't put an odd number is never 2 times an even number. I'm losing my mind. An odd number can't work. It just can't work because it would have to be 2x, and an odd number isn't 2x. And then he's trying to find a sum of 3 digits which can be twice the sum of a single digit. What possibilities could we think of there? I guess like 12 with double 6. We could have 10 with double 5. I mean, double 6 isn't allowed in that row, so we are looking at 5 or 6 with double 3. Could never do 4 in 3 cells, so could fill that in with 3 or 5. We're not going to do 1 for sure. It'd be interesting if it was 10, because then you would have 2 cells summing to 9, and it can't use a 5, so it'd have to be 3 at the top and 6 at the bottom. So either way, oh, it can't be 3 because then you need 1, 2, 3, and you can't have a 3. So it needs to be a 3 there, yeah, like just like he said, or just like he put in. Let's check back with MaizeGator, who's making some progress over there. How's it going? Looks like it's going well.
Yeah, so just for the viewers at home, I decided that as I start building these cages that won't be in the final version of the grid, I needed a way to mark where the clue is going to be. So I'm just doing that with a cosmetic circle so that I don't lose track.
Gotcha.
I've decided that I want this cage to be a 5, and so I've given it a cage total that can only be 5. So I know that a 2 is missing out from that cage. Actually, I know that 2 is placed in this box now because a 2 can't go in the 5 cage. And then with this one, I've pencil marked 1, 3, 4, and then I decided that this one, whatever the clue is, I'll make it a single digit total, and that's going to rule out the 4. Then the other implication of my rule set is that any number that's not a 1 has to be more than size 2. Because if the island were size 1, the sum would have to be 1 as well. So that's how I'm making the islands grow.
Okay.
And I put this in. I'm not sure if I'll keep this or not, but I kind of like how it forces, maybe too forcing actually, but we'll see what happens. Actually, I now know that the 3 goes here and ends. So we'll extend that, and I will make the sum a 9, which seems like the more interesting of the options between 6 and 9. 6 would be a little bit too forced from the outset, I think. So now this would have to be water to keep these 2 islands apart wherever this one grows. And then the 5 would have to finish there.
Right.
And it would have to have a 1 somewhere on it, so that would have to go there. These 2 islands have to be kept apart, and this water has to get out all the way. So now it feels like I need to do some Sudoku for sure. I've got a 5. Well, I've got 3, 5, and 6 into these cells. This one can't be 5.
You got a little water that
And
can
I've
come
got. Oh yeah, for sure. Thanks for catching that. This one. So I'm probably not going to have any one-size islands. Just because of what the thing. Actually, this can't be a one-size island because I can't have a 1 in it anymore. So that would have to come out. So water would have to come out again. And let's see, 3, 5 pair here means I can place 3 in box 1. So those are not 3. So these become 1 and 2. These become 4 and 6. Anything you're noticing? So I like to draw on the experience of better, more established setters than me. Anything that you notice about the way I'm going about things that you think would be problematic later? Like, am I heading towards breaking it in the end, would you say, maybe?
I mean, I'm a little bit worried about the 2 little islands getting to the right size. I mean, I would definitely pencil mark that cell.
Here and here.
Yeah, the starting cell of the 2 cell one, just to make sure that I can get it big enough, because it can't be 1 or 2 size now.
Oh. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Right. Okay, so this is now at least a 3. That's got to come out, and I've got to keep these apart. So now this one, I really don't want any 1 clues, because I feel like that would be boring. So this one's going to be a 2, so I can fill that in. And actually, it's surrounded by water on all sides, so that's going to go there and finish. Oh, is there a way to... Actually, no, actually, it's forced, and it's good because there's no 3x3s. It's hard to visualize, but the water would be like that, and that's no 2x2s. So I've got water connectivity.
Yeah.
Going okay. I want to make this a 7 now. Number 1, because it would fix this, and it would make it, again, a 5 total is going to be restricted with this rule set. Not that 7's not, but it's a little bit better. I'm just worried about over constraining myself. Maybe I'll keep going with Sudoku and keep pencil marking. So that would be 2, 4, 6. Water's got to get out here. This actually can't be. It can't maximum of 4. It can't be a 5, because if it were a 5, it would block in the water. So that's down to a 3 or 4. And if I don't want any more clues, which I don't think that I do, I think it would be kind of cool to just have it. If there were no more clues, I would know that kind of like a reachability type deduction. as much as those are frowned upon in Narakabe.
Are they?
I'm going to try it. If we don't have any clue, I like the flexibility that it gives me too, because I can make this total be whatever it needs to be, you know?
I would slightly worry that
So if there's no
that you
more
can't
clues,
resolve it, but
oh, right. Like it wouldn't be unique.
yeah. I don't know. You can try it out and see if there's some total that gives you a nice little.
Yeah, I guess I'll try it. Yeah, and then if it doesn't work, I can go back and I can add a clue. I can add a clue somewhere there, and then that would fix this to be a 3.
Yeah, exactly. And then
Yeah, okay.
maybe
So
that
there's
does
two
something.
possible paths forward.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I'm gonna go check
All
in
right,
with
let's
Kennet,
hope one
and
of these
then
possible paths
I'll come
work.
back and we'll see how that goes.
Sure.
Okay, let's see what's happening. Discord doesn't like me anymore, I think. So Kennet's added another, or moved over the cell. Oh, that's kind of cute that they moved over the cell so that the 3 could work. I'm guessing that the 5 didn't work out the way that they wanted it to. Should turn back on my little outline on my camera. Oh, and the caterpillars. No one told me the caterpillars were gone. It's very important. Seeing if we can get some talking from Kennet. Yeah, thanks, Malrog. Maybe you could ask him. I saw he had the clue in column 6 that went straight up and said, was that broken or just not very compelling? Also, why is he doing... could you tell him to not do that, please? Because that's sort of an issue with Penpa. I'm not sure if Chameleon can put that into Puzzle TV, but that's definitely something that we said no to, overlapping lines. Okay, he's changing it back anyway. Sorry about the chat always being in the way. Oh, what is happening now? I'm not sure why he's doing the... Oh, it's still overlapping. Okay, there's no issues with overlapping lines, apparently. In Puzzle TV, at least. Okay, I'm not sure we're going to get a response from Kennet, so maybe we'll hop over with Maize for a minute. How's it going over here? It looks like you're narrowing in on something.
So your intuition was really good. I had tried my idea of making this a 4 and then trying to do it with no clues, and I tried multiple different ways, so it didn't work. So I now went back to this being a 3 clue and adding a clue down here.
Hmm.
And I noticed, so what that did is once this is a 3, I had to, well, I put the clue there. I guess I didn't have to put the clue there. It almost works.
Right, yeah.
I just have a deadly 5/6 there.
Maybe moving that 2 clue would work though.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So let's back up. I guess I just randomly put it there.
Right,
I
yeah.
should have been a little bit more thoughtful
mean-
about where I put it.
Try, and if not succeed, try again.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I put it there because I wanted to constrain it to be a 2, but that was over constrained kind of. Actually, so I still have some latitude here. I haven't decided if this is going to be a 5 or a 7 yet. But I'm noticing whatever it is. So like, for example, I could make this be a 3 and I could still rule out a 3. Well, let's put this 3 in first. And then, am I going to have connectivity problems if I put it there? No. I don't believe so. So let's do there. And let's also say we're living in the world where this is a 7 cage. And that would make this a 3. That would have to be a 2. And then I'd have to have an island there. So that would be water now. And now I can play with the totals, I think. So let's pencil mark just to see what we've got. Is that so I've always heard the advice to try not to do this. This is what they call true candidates, I'm guessing. Where you hit the button and it shows you all the possible.
Not quite. So what you just hit was the logical solver. The one next to it is closer to true candidates, but not quite the same. The one to
this one?
the other side of it.
Here.
Find all solutions
Okay,
and valid candidates. That's as close as true candidates is in Sudoku Maker, where it tells you these are the only candidates that can go here, but sometimes it might not be logical. It's just that doesn't produce a solution.
Okay, so I guess what I'm seeing is that the only thing it gave me was that this was a 2, which if I would have focused on it, once I set, maybe 2 could go into one of these two. Oh, but okay, box 2, it's resolved. So these, right, that would become a 2. And since that's a 2, then this would become a 2. But the interesting thing I found is that if I could make this a 14 cage and force these to be 5/6, maybe, for example, that would maybe do stuff. We'd make that a 1 and that a 4 and that a 5 and that a 3 and that a 1 and that a 6, that a 3. Oh, this is the same problem I had before with the deadly 5/6 pair.
Yeah.
So maybe the thing to do is not to force that to be a 5/6 then, right? Okay, maybe make use of the fact that if this is a total, that means this has to be a 1, maybe, would be better.
Yeah.
If this wasn't a 1, my minimum would be 9, 12. So anything less than 12, that would work, obviously, would have to be what the clue would be. But if I made that 1, that 6, this would be a 3, that would be a 1, this would be a 3. Solutions is pretty good, right? It's coming down. Now, I have the value of this clue to disambiguate, maybe. So what if that's a 4? Aha. All right, let's pray it works. Okay, so I need to do a cosmetic cage here being an 8.
6, right?
Cosmetic cage here to be a 6. 6. Correct. It's a good thing this was on stream. I would be very confused as to why it didn't work. 3 plus 5 plus 1 is indeed 9. And 7. And I need to get rid of my killer cages.
What? Oh, it changed to add and edit.
What?
It changed to add and edit, so it added killer cages.
What's that?
It added killer cages to a couple of the cells.
Oh, I see.
I don't know.
Okay.
So there's some shortcut that I think people don't know about. I don't even know about that changes it from delete to add and edit.
Well, clearly, I certainly didn't know about it. So, and after, well, I guess I could add them up again quickly. 19, 9.
That should be 7.
7.
Or sorry, the other 3 should be 9, not 7.
Oh, right. I couldn't see I forgot
Yeah,
that
the
this
2.
was
The 2.
there. Okay. So if I click play to test it, are you still seeing my screen? Or do I have Discord set up to screen share only my Sudoku maker?
I think it should share your screen as well, but I think we'll go and pop with Kennet's dad anyway, so don't worry about it. We'll see what he's up to.
Cool.
Thanks, Maize. Really cool stuff. We'll go pop with Kennet's dad. I don't even know what that pop with. I don't know what I'm saying. So Kennet's dad looks like he's very close to a solution. So that overlapping line is basically just a crop key dot. So that's sort of if we needed to do that in Penpa, we could just add a crop key dot, a black crop key dot there, and add a roll there. So that's fine. And in the other case, I'm not sure what sums are there. Or if this is resolved. I'm guessing it's not resolved if he hasn't resolved it, but it's like the wheels are turning, he's thinking about it. Oh, I think I can unmute here for Kennet.
The other. So it's similar to region sum lines, but instead of the sides being equal in each box, the sides are in a ratio. In this case, 1 to 2. And I'm just trying to solve this last little 2 bottom rows here with something clever. But I'm not seeing it yet. I'd like it up to here, but I'm not sure about this line yet. It gives me some kind of interesting Sudoku pattern here, but I don't know if I should just kind of have some generic line here or something going like through here. 3. Possible. If this was here, it'd have to be 6. This would be 3 to 6. What does that look like? I mean, I don't suppose it'll be too hard, but so if this were a 2, this would have to be a 4 or a 1, which it cannot be. So this has to be a 3, which makes this is a 6 because it can't be 1.5. See if springs 6, 2, 1, 4. Now 4 is double 2. 1, so now we have 3. This has to add up to 6 without using a 1. It's broken. Okay. Dumb idea. A 5 going to 10. A 6 going to 12. Not possible. Let's back it up. This is just ugly. Not sure how I did not get all this color. Now, I did earlier that line proved this couldn't be a 6. But now we're back to square 1. see what this does.
Okay, we're gonna check back with MaizeGator. I think he's almost done.
If this were 826, this would have to be 4.
Perfect. Yeah, so I just tried to test solve, and I think it's good. It's a little on the easier side. It's certainly no psychotic look and say, but it's I like it. Would you like to test solve it, or I know we're behind on time. I don't know if you'd just rather get to the next setter and go, or
Oh, I haven't test solved any of them, so yeah, we'll just continue to the next setter.
Oh, okay.
We have volunteers.
Would it be helpful if I? Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully.
But thank you. This was very fun.
All right, awesome.
I enjoyed this.
This was a lot of fun. Thank you for organizing this.
Thanks for participating. Have a good one. Okay, we'll hop back with Kennet's dad, and I think we have
8 on this side.
Let me see who's up next.
4.
Either Korshben or Kuraban. One of those two.
All right, am I done? Did I do it?
I don't know, did you? Okay, now we have Korshben.
I think I can hear you.
Oh, really? You can hear me?
Yes, but just as I can hear you, my son comes to interrupt.
Oh, really? You can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite quiet, but I can hear you.
I'm getting that echo again, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do not have headphones.
That's okay. You're done now, right? Almost.
Yeah, I think it's done. I just need to test that I can solve it again, but I think those 4 numbers will be it, 4615, and if it doesn't work for some reason, I'll make it work like that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Kennet. Or Kennet's dad.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, it was. Okay, see ya. Okay, let's check back in with Korshben, who still has empty grid, so I didn't miss much. Yeah. Okay, let's check back in with. How are we hearing? Still has. One second here. I am so confused. I have no idea how you're hearing that. All right, Kennet Stad's done. Korshben is setting up the stuff and seems to be using. Let's see if we can't get that stream to cooperate here. There we go. Seems to be using some sort of circle-y clue. Let's get that a little bit bigger. Wow. Too big. Circle-y clue with a green line. So let's see what that circle-y clue is doing here. Well, the stream on his end was unmuted and apparently he was listening to some lovely music. And we have Kuraban in the other stream just getting set up here. Freaking Discord is always making our streams look bad, huh? Is always making our streams look bad, huh? Oh, you know what? I think that we are hearing echo from the stream. I think Kennet's dad and maybe Kuraban were playing the stream out loud. I think that's what was happening. Hello, Kuraban. How's it going?
Good morning. It is going well. Yeah, I did still have the stream up, so I've just muted that, so hopefully that'll stop that happening.
Yeah, no worries. I've now muted your incoming stream, so that shouldn't be happening anyway.
Yep.
And I've just realized what's going on in the other stream. There's a Mashu variant brewing on the other settings stream. That's cool.
Right. I love the puzzle that Kennet's dad did. That rule set was really cool.
Yeah, for sure. That was awesome.
Okay, and I've just realized as well there's a bit of a delay because you still had my other screen showing.
I think it was stuck. I don't know what was going on, but it was stuck. It is now fixed.
All right.
What are we going to be setting with today?
I don't know. Who was I following? Maize. I can follow. Am I following Kennet's dad? I don't want to do another line puzzle if I followed Kennet's dad.
You are following Kennet's dad.
All right. I'm going to try something then. This is a puzzle that I started doing. I did a 6x6 sample one of this. And it's basically an X-sum killer cage. Where that's the same thing twice. Where, for example, so if I have a cage here with a 7, the solver has to deduce the cage themselves. and the size of the cage is the number in the digit with the clue, and that's the X. So
Right.
from there you could.
That's
Actually, I
similar
like that as a start already.
to the Nurkabi, actually, a little bit.
Hmm. The one of this I'm working on, it's a 9x9, and the whole concept of the entire puzzle is that I'm trying to make it absolutely perfectly symmetrical on the diagonal. But because of the way the cages function, it won't play out as being, it'll still be unique.
Hmm.
And so if I had that one there, I would also have another 7 there. But that's imposing in that other clue, isn't it? Puzzle, we don't want to do that. But I do like this as a starting point. No, I don't. No, let's get rid of that cage as well. So what I'm going to do is
We're going to check in with Korshben real quickly.
Okay.
All right. Oh, I have not muted. Sorry about that, Kuraban. I asked Korshben to turn up their display size because we were getting some pixelation. Oh, we have some rules here. So we have a region lines sum, or region sum line, Mashu. That's very cute. Yeah, I'm guessing that I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that Kuraban might be Australian or New Zealand. New Zealander? Is that how you say that? New Zealander? And that would be morning there. So if you don't know, Mashu is this wonderful, wonderful loop drawing puzzle where the black circles need turns and the white circles need straight through. So, and a turn in either the one just before or the one just after it. And apparently we have, this is, I'm glad he's going away from this because region sum lines with the entire region covered is a disgusting idea, which I hope he's not going for, but it might be the case that he is going for that. That's so gross. A little bit gross, honestly. So just the entire grid is covered with region sum line. Kind of funny. But I don't think, oh, sorry. I don't think that that's going to disambiguate a single thing. Okay, maybe we'll check back in with Kuraban. All right, looks like there's some progress being made here. Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Oh, yes, I can.
Okay,
Sorry.
Okay. I thought more technical difficulties were on our way, but thankfully not. Just quiet Kuraban for a second.
Yes, I'm just trying to figure out some composition on those, on the cages, so. So there's a play with this cage. Being a 3 makes this cage a 4. A 4-10 cage, it's got to get a 3, which now can't get one there or there. So it's got to come down. And I'll get a similar thing with this one. This is the one that I think might work a bit better. So if either one of these is a 3, it has to have a 4 as well. If this one's a 3, it has to poke down into here, which means this one has to be a 2 then. Not necessarily, it could still sneak around to there. If that's a 3, that's a 4. 3, 8K is 1, 3, 4. So that would have to be 1 there, 4 there. Yeah, there's probably going to be a lot of quiet kuraban while I try and wrap my brain around this.
That's okay.
Hmm.
We're gonna go check back in with our friend Korshben, and we'll return. Korshben is still messing around with his Nashu. I swear YouTube chat is always leaving me hanging here. Don't know why, it just can't function properly. So not Kurban, Korshben. Why are these names so similar? Korshben has been playing around with a lot of different region sum lines, and at one point they sort of drew a few in. Looks like they might be going away from the region sum line idea. I'm not sure why it can't go down. Oh, my word. 6 hours is a long time. So I'm not sure if they have the region sum part anymore, because otherwise that would have been a very easy line to draw. Because there's no way it could have taken all 6 cells if it's a region sum line, but they did draw the line, so maybe it is still the region sum line. But then we have these 4 cells summing to 2 cells, which seems problematic to me. A region sum line is a little bit difficult for this sort of situation in terms of drawing a bunch of lines into the grid it's almost like you want to say that the sum resets every time it hits one of these circles or something like that, so that we can have multiple sums in here. Because one sum through the whole grid is very difficult, as we saw with Jormungator, whatever it's called, that J Dyer made. Because I feel like this is going to break, for sure. Looks like Korshben has some progress with his, so we'll check back with him. How's it going, Korshben?
Slow progress, but, and this is what I've done in my other puzzle, if you add this one on that diagonal I mentioned, it helps to force the direction that the other cages can go. So 17 total for this one, so 4 or 5 are the only two options. It can't actually go straight down because it can't go straight down as a 4. Maybe it could go straight down as a 5. If it's a 4, it can't go straight down.
Right.
It would have to be missing a 1. Because it would have to take the 6. Hang on a second.
Well, 21 minus 17 is not 5.
Sorry. I might have been off on a bit of a wrong tangent there for a second, but if that's 4, yeah, if it's 4, it can't go that way solely because 5 and 17 is 22. Would it go down and around as a 5? That would go out. That would go out. Then that could come down. That would have to go into that one. Sorry, I click a lot when I'm thinking. If it's a 5. Yeah, if that's a 5, it can't go down and around there because it would have to take the 4 in the column and 5 is missing a 4. And it still can't go that way because it's only missing a 4. It has to have a 2 and a 3. That cell would have to be both 2 and 3. So it can never go straight down. Whatever it is, it can't do that because that blocks that off from expanding at all. So it has to expand into one of these two. Now, 3 or 4 can go there. If this cage would fit in there, it could go down that way. But this one, I think, now always has to take one of these two. So the next idea that I had then became, if this is a 4, 10 and 4 has to have a 1. The 1 in this box is in the top, so it cannot take, that's 1 in that box. With this cage, it now can't take the 1 there, so, and it can't get any deeper. So it has to take the 1 in this box somehow. If it's a 10, it could be 3. Sorry, if it's a 3 to make 10, it could be 2 and 5. So it doesn't necessarily need a 1, but it can't take a 5 in this box still. So it always has to have at least one cell in here. I don't know what that means. but I'm sure it'll be fascinating. So as I say, I've only actually successfully set one puzzle with this rule set.
Well, two once you set this one.
Yeah.
That's the spirit.
Hmm.
All right, we'll let you quiet Kuraban, think for a little bit, and we'll go check on the Mashu business.
Okay.
So with the Mashu business, we have some progress and some unprogress. So we had some progress in the top left, but now that seems to be X'd out. Let me just reopen this, see if we can't. Oh God, oops. See if we can't get a better view of this, because it's a little blurry. There we go, that's better. It seems to just blur up after a little while. I'm not sure why. So the sum is 9, which is a good sum for that many digits. We have 18 and then 3 is on the outside. Makes sense. 9 and 2 cells will only have one option if it can't have a 3, so that's why you filled that one in. Then you can fill in the 1, 2, and 6 because those are the leftovers. But now we have the issue, we need 3, 6 in those 2 cells. I'm not sure if he realizes that yet. Looks like he does. It's not really an issue, I guess. It's just fixed. So this seems to be working fairly nicely so far. Although I'm a little bit worried about box 4. And how we're going to resolve this. Our caterpillar boy is growing quite nicely. As you can see, we have a good number of puzzles in there. There are some puzzles that have been set but have not been put in as of right now. But he looks real nice. He's got a face in the middle of his body. He's got a real face that isn't filled in. It's all very nice. Very nice stuff, yeah. So, looks like Korshben is... They're all there? Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry, my bad. My bad. I was looking for one on the wrong branch, and the pink cages are very faint in this grid, so I just didn't see them. So back to the Mashu. Looks like they've discovered that we can't link those up because then we wouldn't be able to make, well, we wouldn't be able to make 4, 5, or 3, 6 with those 2 cells, so it needs to be probably a 2-cell segment and a 3-cell segment because you're not going to be able to do But you could do 3-6, I suppose, with one of those two. But 4-5 is not an option for a 2-cell sequence anymore with those cells. Why is this so blurry? Why does it like continually get worse in quality? I think it's just Discord trying to mess with us. Oh wow, okay. That's an interesting idea. Changing the regions so that the puzzle will work is not something I was expecting there. I'm not sure if it absolutely won't work without changing the regions. Well, so if you use the 3-6, then you have to make, oh, I see, because no, it won't work, Bookworm, because if you use the 3-6, then you ruled out 1-2-6, you've ruled out 2-3-4, and you've ruled out 1-3-5. So you have no possibilities. But isn't that still an issue here? Like, isn't this still a problem here? 3 and 6, and then you need 3 cells to sum to 9, and you can't do it. This is heartbreaking. They're gonna realize that you just can't do it. Yeah, I think it is broken however you draw the regions. Because of the loop parity, right? Well, that might work, maybe, with a different way of drawing the loop. Yeah, I think Korshben might need to just rethink what they're doing here, because I don't think it's going to work out. Unless you change the region below to... no, you couldn't do that. Yeah, not sure. Think it's not going to work out. Okay, let's check back in with Kuraban. Okay, Kuraban, how's it going? Looks like you figured out some of the X's.
No, I actually still haven't.
Oh no.
But I had a bit of a look at playing around with the cage totals because I'm worried that this is sort of limiting. If I'm not putting any cage into here for that symmetrical element, it gets a bit harder to force the values. But the way I've got these strung up, this just looks like a little bit of a chain. So if that's got to be, if that's a 3, that's going to be a 4. That's got to be a 5. Now 5 can't go all the way across here because it misses a 4. Then there's nowhere to put a 4 in the row. And I know it can't go up, so it has to come down into at least one of these two. This being a 4 also means that there's a 4 in here. So at the most it could come down to mouse issues. The most it could possibly come down is that far. But I don't see any reason why it couldn't still take both of those. Three's got to have a 1 and a 4. It can't be a 4. So it would have to take the 4 there. There'd be no 4 there. That would have to be... No, wait.
Well, if I can point something out, I think actually the 17 could never take row 3, column 5, because if it... Well, if it's 5, then I don't think it can take that, because then the 10 has to go... I'm assuming the clues are at the top left, right, of the cage?
Yes.
So,
top left, yeah.
Yeah, then the 10 would have to go all the way to the... Oh, wait, no, it could be 3... Could it have a 3 and a 6 in it?
3, 2, 4, 1.
That would break...
No, it can't.
That would break the 2, 3.
It'll definitely break, yeah.
3 plus 6 plus 1
if it goes across 3, 6, 1,
yeah, it does more.
Yeah, it breaks with the 1.
So I don't think the 17 can ever come to that cell.
So that takes that cell either way.
It's a big
I don't think that can ever do that. That cage can never actually go that way.
Yeah, that's true.
Because that would make it a 4. That cell would have to be that 2, 3, and the 1.
Yeah.
So it can be 3. It can't be 3, 1, 6. So it can actually, in fact, it can never take that cell. Which means it has to take at least one of these, and that red can never take that. So that cell must be red. There we go. Very small deduction. Now, if this is a 4, it's got to take a 1, 2, and 3. And surely that's a problem. That's a massive problem because this sees every one of those 3 cells. So that can never be a 4 that takes a square there. And if it's a 5, it has to go down 1 more anyway. So that always has to go there. Need some brain lubricant. I do love my coffee.
I think you have a virtual pair of 2, 3 in column 4. Because there's always a 2 or a 3 in the 17, right? Whether it's 4 or 5. And that 2, 3 can't go in that column.
No, if it's 4, it's missing a 1 and 3.
Yeah, 2, yeah. But it would have a 2, right?
Yes.
So whichever it has, 2 or 3, it needs to go in there.
Yeah, so that has to be a 4 then.
Yeah. Kind of cool.
And we're off to the races. Now, where does that get us with this? It's going to be a 2 or a 3 in there. But it's also a virtual 2, 3 in the box as well. So whatever 2 or 3, and what it means is whatever 2 or 3 is in there, these two are the same.
It's pretty interesting for 8 because 8 does not have that many options.
No, so it means that if they are a 2, that has to be the 6. That's a 4, that becomes a 5. Six, then that has to be a 6. If there are 2, those two have to be 6s.
I don't think 3 works at all. Because then, yeah, 3 just doesn't work.
So this has to have a 1 and a 4. So it has to have its 4 in here.
Wouldn't that not be in the top? Oh, that is still the top left. I'm sorry. Yes, that does work.
Yeah. It feels like I'm about to run into a problem. I don't understand where. And we're getting very look ahead as well.
Yeah, I don't think that's... Sorry, I was thinking that the blue would have to get its 1 and 4 from box... What's it called? 6.
Yeah, from this one.
Yeah, from box 6.
It has to have 1, 2, or 3 there. If this is a 4, it can't have a 3. It's a 5, it can't have a 4. Alright, this being a 4, cannot go down there, obviously. I've already proven that it can't go there. So that has to take that square. That can't be a 4, it's going to be 1, 2, or 3. So now 4 down the bottom's got to be there. And now we've proven exactly what you said. If that's a 3, that's a 4. This needs a 1 and a 4. It can't get a 1 there anymore. It would have to take... Oh no, it could still do that, couldn't it?
Yeah.
1, 4.
Oh
Yeah.
wait, no, wait.
So close.
No, the one that goes in the 10 cage has to be in box 4.
It has to be in... Yeah, it does. So that cannot work as a 3 now. That actually has to be a 2. That can't take its 6 there. So that's got to be like that. The 4 cage needs a 2. It's actually... Oh, I wonder if I did stuff this up earlier. That's going to have to be there.
That puts a 6 in the cage,
It's going
though.
to be 3. That's...
There's no way for 6 to go in row 2 now.
Yeah. This may be broken.
Oh no. Well, I'll go check in with Korshben, and then I'll come back and see if you can fix it between then and now. All right. Good luck. Oh, I got that sigh. So sad. I'm slowly gaining my energy back. So I was watching a little bit what Korshben was doing, and It was quite sad they didn't realize that it was broken irreparably for a long time. And now they have come to the conclusion that it is indeed entirely broken. And so they have decided to relinquish the white circle in row 5. And now they are thinking carefully about what happens with this configuration. I'm assuming they're still secretly hoping for it to be 9. Maybe not, because that's not 9. That's going to be greater than 9. Maybe 10 is a possibility they're thinking about. Now you do. Oh, sorry about that. Oh. You do have to have a turn after one of the ends of the white. So the top cell of the white clue has to be a turn for mash rules to work. So much fiddling with oh my word, what is happening? So much fiddling with the penpa. Oh, excuse me. Oh my word. Sorry, I should have gotten a better sleep last night, I guess. Benny's getting a pretty good sleep. He's been sleeping since I picked him up last. Making me jealous. So it looks like they've ruled out that line segment because it would probably sum to too much or force the, because of the line parity, I think it would force the whole box or most of the box to be filled. You'd have to add to 17, which is more than 3 cells. 4, 5, and 6 add to 15, so. Next stream, I am commissioning someone to talk with me during the quiet pillars, because I feel like that's the part where I'm getting tired from talking about what feels like very little going on and trying to make it entertaining for you guys, but very much failing to do so. Okay, just don't go into that box, I guess. So we might see Korshben try or have to finalize some digits here, unfortunately, because we are running out of time. And we have one more seta that we need to get through. before the stream is over, so. Yeah, I'm really not sure how they're gonna clean this up. Seems like a bit of random placement so far, at least for this ending. I mean, I think it's a little bit frantic here. Looks like a bad place to put that clue. Okay, maybe we'll go back and explore what Korshben has come up with. Hello, Korshben.
Hello. I got close.
Oh, really? That's exciting.
Yeah, changed a couple of cage totals,
Nice.
but I broke a little bit further along. Thinking this cage might need to change. Not to 158, that's too many. I think it's too many for the entire puzzle.
Just slightly, yeah.
Yeah. So the logic on the 12 cages plays out kind of separately now. It's a 3. It's got to be 3, 4, 5 here. It can never take a 5, so it would have to take a 5 down there. If it's 4, 4 in a 12 cage forces the cage to be a 1, 2, 4, 5. And again, it can never take its 5 here, so it's always got to get its 5 down here. The fact that it can never get down to there always pushes a 5 into here. So that's always has to be a 4 now. The earlier logic we did with a 4, with that cage, could never go down to any of those. Still held up. So we still had that virtual 2, but that might change now that this is an 18. 18 is 4. It's missing 2 numbers that add up to 3, so it's got to miss a 1 and a 2. It can never get to that cell, so it's always got to take this one. So that cannot be a 1. That's the 1.
There's some speed setting going on in the other channel, so we're going to quickly run over there, and we'll come back to here in a bit, okay?
All right.
So, Korshben got a warning from my volunteers to wrap it up quickly, because it's been about 50, 60 minutes of setting, and they've pivoted to, I think, just I was gonna say pure region sum line, but obviously this is not pure region sum line. I have no idea what this is actually. 614 5 with 2 digits that are low-ish. I'm not sure what this is actually. Excuse me. Oh, is it Nabner? It might be Nabner. Which is the opposite of Renban. You can't have any consecutive digits on a Nabner line. But then again, they drew that 2-3 line, so I'm not sure. Right, so every 3-cell Nabner line has to have one digit from 5, 6, one digit from 1, 2, and one digit from 3, 4. Otherwise, you would not have enough digits. That's why they were able to place the 5 there, and it looks like they may have crashed. So, just having a rough time with Korshben's Sol set right here. Hello again. I was just saying,
So
we're having a rough time with
yes.
the other setter. A little bit difficult.
Oh no. I feel his pain there. All right. So I made another change because I keep on breaking it. So hoping a 13 cage will work again. Now if it's 3 there, it would have to be 3, 4, 6. Which is possible. However, as you pointed out earlier, that logic, this has got to have a 2 or a 3 that can't go anywhere. It can't go all the way down, so it still has to go into there with that. So that virtual 2-3 pair still pushes this into being a 4.
Right.
So the 4 cage has a slightly different composition in that it can now be a 4 with 1, 2, 6 or 4 with 1, 3, 5. But it always still has to have a 1 in it, and it has to get its 1 in this cage. It can't go down 2 because it'll break the red cage. And it can't make it to there because that's 5. So its 1's always still going to be up here.
So again, I think you can
So
say
the only place
that the 8 cages can't be 3s, right? Because they can't get their 1 from...
Now they cannot be 3s. Yeah. Because they can't get a 1 in this box. They can't get a 1 in this box. So they could only share 1. And because they still have to be the same number, so they will still have to be 2. Green still can't go down there, so it's got to be 6. This one can still take either as a 6, it's fine. That forces a 6 up there. The problem I get, though, is I need a 1 and a 2 to go with this cage. So, if I go put the 2 there, yeah, now it actually will work. Now it fits in. Because I was breaking with the 2 every time. So now we get the 6s. And we get that these cages are now known. Now what's missing is 3, 4, 5. And so now, whatever this cell is, it only has one place to go in this box, which is there. So this can never actually be a part of that red cage. So it has to go down at least 2. No, it doesn't. Could it go to there?
I don't see why not.
With orange getting its 1 there.
Oh,
But either way, it has to take the 1.
yeah, yellow has to go
So
down
that means
now.
it can't be a 4.
Yeah, that's true.
It now has to be 5. And we know it can't go all the way across. The most good go is there. So it definitely has to take that cell. Yellow definitely has to come down. This does not have a 4 or a 5. Yeah, we know it doesn't take that. So it must be taking this. It can't take that, and it can't take that. Because it can't have, well, that we know, just know that's a 4. And there's no 4 in a 5, 7, 8 cage. So now we know that's got to be red. That's got to be the 1, so that's got to be orange. The other orange. We now know that's 5. That's not 1. Our dog says hello.
Hello, dog.
I don't know if you can hear her barking.
Yeah, yeah, a little bit.
And I've successfully broken it again because now there's nowhere to put a 4 in
Oh.
box 4. Damn. So close. I wonder if these 8 cages are the ones that are causing me a bit of grief now. Let's just revisit the whole thing without those. I don't like 9. 9's not a good total. 9, you just know straight off there are 3.
You could just get one of the 8s.
If they both became 10s, be an interesting development. I think our earlier logic still played out. Oops. Keep getting the colouring off the wrong ways. That can't go down there. If it's 4, it can't go down there. Because the total's wrong. If it's 5, it can't go there still, because it'll have the 4. So we know red still always has to go here. It has to have a 2 or a 3 that can't go anywhere else, so that's a virtual 2. So 3, 4. 3, 4, 6 to make 13 still works. That'd be a 2. Maybe I need to try this, taking this back now to get that other piece I was working on. Because now 3 would be 3, 4, 5. Oops. That's not what I wanted. Now if it's 3, it's 3, 4, 5. So I can't go there. It has to get a 5 down in there.
Wait.
If it's 4, it has to be 1, 2, 4, 5. It still has to get a 5 down in there. So this now becomes 4 always again.
Oh. Yeah.
Can go all the way across. Oh, but now that we know that these are 3 4s, we know that's a 4, a 3 now, and that's a 4 now. I mean, signed can never take that. I guess it could do that though. Anyway, okay. So 4 has to have a 2. It's missing a 1 and a 3.
We're gonna check in with Malrog, who is our last setter for today. So I will be right back. Hello, Malrog. How's it going?
Hello, hello. Going well. Yeah, I am a little tired. Midnight setting stream. But yeah, it should be okay. I think I know what I'm going to do. My constraint. This is a constraint I came up with, and then was extremely surprised to discover that nobody else has ever seemingly done this. So this is the constraint. They're called calling killer lines. It's fairly obvious. So there'll be some lines in the grid, and they'll be grouped in sections. And each section of the line. You're not seeing my rules page. There it is. Each section contains a small digit, like a killer cage clue, and the digits in that section can't repeat and must sum to the clue value. So, for example, there might be a line in the grid like that, and there might be some clues, I don't know, like 5 and a 7 and a 3. And it's up to the solver to figure out where is that just a single 3 or is that a 1, 2, and in which case these all sum to 5 and these two sum to 7, or how does it work? The 7 clue is going to take at least one of these on either side because it's only a 1 to 6 in the box. So that's the deal for it. So there's geometry involved because as well the 5. I mean the 5 can't be 3 digits because you can't have a repeated digit. The 5 would have to be 2 digits. So probably for this line to actually work, just looking at it, it would probably have to be 5 there, 3 there, and 7 around there, possibly. That's the idea. I'm going to try and use the fact that I've got a 6 here to do something a bit interesting because it's going to cause totals to be less than they can be. I like using the information that's already in the grid. There you go, a Tallcat line for you. Yeah, I like using the digits in the grid, the information from the previous grid, so that's going to hopefully help. And the other thing as well with these is if you put a clue here, for example, then it must be both. Oh, hello, that didn't work. There, then that must be a 1, 2 because this has to include a clue. You're dividing the line into sections. Each section has to have a clue in it.
Right.
So I need to have a bit of a think about some numbers. I have a killer calculator open for those who set less frequently with killers or just aren't familiar with it. There's a couple I know of. This one is pretty good. It's from Bremster. It's a bunch of basically it's an Excel sheet of all the values, and so for a given size cage. So here's a 3-cell 17 cage. Now obviously this is for a 9x9, so I can see there that you couldn't have a 3-cell 17 cage in a 6x6 unless it was Philips Mini. And there are other helpers as well. This is a unique sum helper that I also have used in the past, where you can say how big the cage is and how large the cage is, and you can even say, well, I don't want this cage to have a 6 in it, and then it will give you numbers at the bottom as well. It'll give you results at the bottom. So there are tools out there to help. I will certainly make use of them because my brain is fried. And I will hopefully fetch puzzle that is interesting. Cool. I'm going to stop talking now and start session.
Okay.
I will talk too much because I'm tired. All right. So I like the idea of something like that. If I could make that work, it would be lovely. Might be a bit too unrestricted, but it is very cute. So I'm going to try and put some clues quite far apart, meaning that all of these digits within here have to be kind of attached to those clues because there's nothing else between them. So don't think I can. Oh, I can put question marks in here. Brilliant. Right, do that then for now. So there's going to be a clue here and a clue here. I've made a puzzle like this where there was just a question mark for one of the clues, because what it did was it forced like if there was a clue here as well, and this was like a big number, you know that it's got to have to go this way. It can't go here because there's a question mark there. So there's a lot you can do with this, I think. Yeah. This line might be too short. But let's see. With the 6 and the 5 not being here, this is going to have to grow quite far. It'd be funny if this whole line was just 2 sums. That would be quite fun. I think I'd like to make it 3. It's just a bit more interesting. So what can we do? Well, the maximum of those 3 digits is 9, 2, 3, 4. If they're unique, which they have to be in that case. So maybe I'll make this a 9 clue to start things off. We'll see where we go with that. Obviously, the 9 could go that way, and this could come around here. So you have to. It's quite fluid. You have to play with it a bit to get it to work. Of course, I could make this bigger, and then it could take digits over here as well. So I need to make this big enough that it's going to take up a bunch. Actually, I am going to have another filler clue in here. I don't want to do something monstrous, so I'm going to put a question mark there. I think those 3 are going to be my clue placements. I've no idea if I'll be able to make this unique just with those. My gut tells me probably not, but we'll see how we go. Obviously, I don't think this could be unique if I didn't have the givens, because you've got empty rows and columns around the outside, which could mess you up. But with the givens, I think we could get away with it if I could find the magic numbers. Yeah. Right, okay. So I will also be switching to F puzzles now and again, because I like to make sure I haven't done something stupid and broken my puzzle. If I've made a deduction, I put the digit in and just make sure it's not gone wrong. And then at the end, sometimes I'll use it to help me curate the finish of the puzzle. Okay.
Well, I'll check back and see if you found any magic numbers. For now, I'll go and check on Kuraban. Cool stuff. All right, I've seen you doing several iterations. How's it going?
Oh, there's been, yeah. These little cages, they just keep on wanting to break.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm bumping up slightly up here, lowering this. I'm trying to keep that same core logic we had working in there. So using totals for 6 for these two. This is accurate to date, and it's not yet broken.
Nice.
He says with some trepidation. So 4 has to have a 1. So I know it gets its 1 down in here. So that's how I got this 1. So it can either be 1, 2, 6 or 1, 3, 5. If it's 1, 2, 6, that's the only place it can get a 2. So it would be 2, 6 with 3 there. 1 could still sit anywhere in there. What that does, though, is it gives us a 1, 2, 3 here. So this, even if it's 3, can never sneak out. It must be wholly contained within here. Which means this can never be a 3, because if it were, it would have to go down into there. Oh, no, it could. It could have been a 3. 2, 1. That could be a 2 and a 4. Damn.
Don't we still have the fact that the 17 has to have a 2?
Yes, it does. Yeah, and it can't get into there. So, yeah, its 2 still has to be in here. So this actually does have to be a 3. And it's broken.
Great.
Maybe I need to change that 17 cage again now. I'm not used to this setting on a deadline.
It can't get the 17 can't get to row 3, column 5, can it? Or could it?
No.
No.
No, in this puzzle it can, yes.
Oh, so maybe that could be the 2.
Oh. Whoa, that's too many 4s.
Oh, no, it can't be the 2 because there's a 2. Oh, wait, do you know that there's a 2 in row 3 necessarily? I think that was just a pencil mark from the previous 2 that we had placed.
Yeah, that was only because of that, yeah. So it could go... Oops. That now has to be red. So you've got a 6 there, 3 there. That's now the 1.
Oh. The 6 is hard now. Very, very hard. I think it's impossible, yeah. There's nowhere to get a 2.
No, I've got to make it that far.
You could change the 6 to be something else. I don't think it would change any other logic that you did. Maybe, I don't know. I'll go check back with with Malrog and then see if you've come up with a solution. What have we found out? Magic numbers?
Some numbers. Yeah. I put in some three. I was playing around. So what I discovered early on was that the 6 has to take. So the greens. I use this coloring to denote the cells that belong to the clues.
Right.
So the 6th clue has to take at least these 2 cells because 9 can't be in 4 cells, basically. So 9 can't get to here. So 6 has to take these 2. And so I was just exploring what happens if it takes 3, which is the maximum it can take. And then this would have to be a 1, this would have to be a 3, this would have to be a 2. It's very forcing. And I was then thinking, can I make that break? Because it would be nice to make that break. So I was trying to work out what number I could put in here, which would then mean that this is wrong and not working. I tried a 3, but unfortunately, though you can't then put a 3 in there, you can very easily. Obviously, this yellow clue then has to take this one.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have to take these 2. And I was thinking, what can I do? A 3 clue can still work, unfortunately, with a 2-1.
You know what? I have a suggestion here.
And a 5 clue would work.
It's actually pretty simple to make that break, because if you made it so that the yellow has to take 3 cells, then the 9 would have to take 2 cells, the one below it, but 3, 6, and 4, 5 are not possible because of the 5, 6.
Indeed. Yeah. I didn't want to push this up too high and make it obvious that it took 3 cells, though. Because then it's obvious where the 6 and the 9 go.
True.
Yeah, if this is obviously a 3-cell sum, at least, then it must be there, and 9 must be there, and 6 must be there. So yeah, if there's a number I can put in there that initially isn't obvious, but then once these are here, is. So it can't have a 3, but the problem is you can have 3s in other places, unless this does something with the 9. So I mean, going back to the 2-1 situation, what does this mean for my 9? 3 cells. It's pretty.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah, it's pretty unrestricted. It's pretty unrestricted because this cell here can be anything high. So yeah, I want to make this break so that the 9 has to take these, because then I think it has to be 2, 3, 4 then, because it can't have a 1 in it, because it can't have a 5, 6. So 9 in 3 cells without a 5 or a 6 has only one possibility: 2, 3, 4. Using the unique sum helper there to prove the point that it can be useful sometimes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm switching between tabs, and I'm sure that's not making your life any easier.
It's okay.
I should warn you next time. Anyway, back to the grid. So yeah, if I can prove that this doesn't go to there, then I'm away. So I need to think how to do that. Somehow make it so that this has to be a 4. Oh no. Well, that would do it actually. If I made that had to be a 4, then that would do it as well. So the other thing with these is geometry. So this cell, if it's part of the 9, has to be over there.
Right.
No, it has to be up there. It's not very helpful here, though. Not very helpful. Okay. What's the digit? Yeah, so this needs to be a maximum of 11 so that it's only a 2-cell. So it's potentially a 2-cell clue. I still think this is the way to go. What if that's a 9 again? Maybe it's before 5. The problem is that this sees only the 3 and this sees only the 2. So they could just swap round and be the 2 through the other way. Do I have to get rid of my beautiful shape? Because I could. This is the eternal problem. Because now there's a clue there instead. Now this sees both the 2 and the 3. So it's a 1, 4, 5, 6. And this is a 1, 3, 5, 6. So obviously a 3 wouldn't work because you can't have 2 in it. I mean, maybe that's the way to do this. And I wonder. I've had a thought. What if? So let's do this. Let's work through this and see if it's ridiculous or okay. In terms of solving experience. So to start with, 3 is either an individual 3 or it's a 1, 2. So that's very unrestricted, really, for the solver, which is kind of good for me. So we know that that's green, and we ask the question, can green be 3 cells like this? Which would require that to be a 1, that to be a 3, and that to be a 2, which breaks that, because now this can't be a 3 and it can't be a 2, 1 like that. So that's cute. I quite like that. So it means that this green does end there and is, well, it doesn't mean it's only 2 cells, but it probably does actually, because if it was 3 cells this way, then you're going to break the 3 there, I think, because this sees all of these digits. Yeah. So I mean, this may already be broken. So 3, I think, has to do that. So this can't be 1 or 2. It can't be 3 because it's in a 6. So it has to be a 4 or a 5 with a 1 or a 2. The 2 there sorts me out. I think that's a 1. That's a 4. That's a 1. That's a 2. That's a 1. This 9 is too big. You see the problem. However, I can do that, and then it works, you know. I can grow my line more. That's something we can do. So this is looking intriguing now, but let's try that. So now I know that 9 has to take these. I'm going to need another clue up here. It could just be a question mark, or whatever. Figure something out. So 9 and 4 and these 2, they have to be 2, 3, and we know the way around they go. I don't even know where. Oh dear, colours everywhere. Back to those. So that's the 2, that's the 3. Oh gosh, I've got roping. How horrific. Yeah, I don't care that much.
Resolve roping, at least.
Yeah. 6, 5. 5, 6.
3, 5 in box 6 is fixed.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at Chameleon in YouTube chat. And only just now joined the stream. been doing a phenomenal job.
Very
So
good.
5's there, 3's there. I'm not a fast solver, and I'm probably missing things. 1, 2, 6. No, what am I writing? 4, 6. Can you tell it's about midnight?
No.
I mean, this
Doing a
is
great
going to
job.
be very easy to force a resolution. If I missed something here. I think so. These are the cells that are going to the next person. Don't know if they have a preference. There's one up here. Can I make this a bit more interesting? So all of that logic, everything I've done there, applies for that line. And it actually wonderfully applies even if I make this line grow. So
Yeah, I don't think I would leave the
Flush
line
out.
like that though, because then you can just right away say that 9 has to be 3
Right,
cells.
no, I'm gonna definitely,
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna join the ends together. I just need to think about a nice way to do it, a nice, interesting way to do it. What about if we go Pac-Man style with our
Pac-Man style.
I mean, sort of.
It's a very like
Because we could just have a single clue up here that is the sum of these 4 digits that resolves it. I mean, if I now go over here into, and I'm going to copy these digits across. So we had to remove this nonsense. 4, 1, 3, 5. Oh, hang on, I'm going to do it with Gibbons. Not Gibbons. 4, 1, 3, 5, 5, 1. I'm glad of the screen delay. I can just copy this, copy what I've done on the screen. Check. Yeah. So I've just hammered in the digits. In fact, let me draw the line on here so we can see it. Oh, I've got a weird color. Let's go for something like that. So it's the color of the line is intentionally red, like blood, because that is what killers are related to, I suppose. Yeah. Oh. Now, just to make sure I'm not doing something stupid, I'm going to only put the deduced digits on the line, remove everything else, and check that it all automatically deduces for me. There you go. So I can see now this is, I mean, I knew it was very, very restricted. So if I can put a 4 there, then obviously the puzzle is solved. So if I can figure something out to do that, then great. Now the line, I'm gonna draw the rest of the line on here. I might finish this in F puzzle, just partly because of the time, partly because I'm on stream and all the rest of it. So I think with the rest of the line going like, oh god, that's not right, is it? It was like that. That's like kind of dumb drawing, but there you go.
It's like a lip biting Pac-Man.
Yeah. I'm not gonna be able to ever look at it the same now. Yeah. Or maybe something a bit simpler. I mean, that would allow me to make it, as long as I'm going through the 4 there. Nah, it's going to be too easy because my question marks are in here and here. I need it to be longer. Why do I care so much what the line looks like? I just need to find some good logic. That's really what I should do. So I'm kind of thinking if I do that, that might, and then put a question mark up the top there, so it's far away from both of these, so that it's not going to impinge upon them early on in the setting process. This is a horrible color line. I can't see the words. Can't see the numbers. Words. Right. Let's do that. No, that's no better. What am I doing? Make it bright. There you go. Yay, that works. Right. Okay. So if that's a 4 and a 1, that's 5. So 7 or 8 would be a valid. So actually, sorry, telling a lie there. What if that's a 4? Yeah, I don't want to make this number too big though. 4, 3. Yeah, that's a deadly pattern. This is called curating. 4, 3. Yeah. Can do it. I can do it if I put a 6 there. It said. Yeah. So that's 12. So that's a big number. That's more than 2 digits. So I don't want to do that. 6, 6 with a 1. 6, 7, 10. Still, the 4 there is 8. That's a nice low number. 3 there. Ooh. Ah, and I can't do that.
Nope.
Can't do 7 because that's a repeated digit. So, what if this clue was a 7? Can I do a 7 in here? That would have to be 3 or 4, wouldn't it? It's 5. Yeah, that would have to be 3 or 4. Yeah, it doesn't work, but it's not obvious. So yeah, it can't be a 7. So back here, maybe I do prefer the longer line. Am I the only one setting now, by the way? Oops.
No, I should check back in on Kuraban actually.
Okay. Cool.
It was good to see the end of this stuff though. Oh, Kuraban's almost done. Hello.
Hello.
I see you're almost done. Or maybe done.
I think I am.
So what happened?
I think that's it.
While I was gone.
The grid kind of looks like that. I moved these cages. It's the only way to make it work.
Right, okay.
And kept them as 6s.
And I see you've changed it to
So now I'm
greater
just
than
doing
10 rather than 13. Which is a good call.
Yeah, I was just killing myself there because there was literally no way of getting them to be the same total. So this way lets me have the same thing, and yet you can come to a different result.
Right.
So, and unlike a lot of Sudokus, basically this one solves from the top, from the bottom up. So, if this is a 3, it forces a 1, 2 down into here, which would force that to be a 3, and then that'll break. So you can just instantly start off going 2, 4. This now can't be a 2 because you can't put a 4, so it's going to be 3, 2, 1. You get the order straight away, and you're kind of off to the races.
Fun.
That can only be a 3. I don't know what I did next. This is 1, 2, 3. That can't be 2 or 3, so it had to be 1, 2, 3. Which now then forced that to be the 1. 2 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 5 across there. 4, 3, 5, 6. No 6, no 5 there.
How's that greater than 10 working with the 3?
Yeah, so That's where you start coming to play now. So that could go down there, but it must always take that.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And so now you start getting sort of forced action going. So I've got 3s forced into here. Oh, 2s was the next one. Yeah, so 2 can't go in as the clue for that one, so it had to go there. Which gives me the 1 there. Force that to be a 1. Now that could still go 3, 6, 1. Or 3, 6, 1 that way, I suppose. Oh, that might not be unique as a result of that. No, 3, 6, 1 is 10 unless I've suddenly stopped being able to add up. And 10 is not greater than 10. Which tells you that that must go like that.
Right.
And that that has to be the 6. So you get 5, you get 4, 5 there, 6 there. There's a 4 in there. There's no 4 there now, so that now is a 4. Only one place for a 5. That's a 3, 6 pair in that box. What do we need here? 3, 5, and 6. No 3 there. Four to get 15. Well, this one has to have 4 as well. So, we know that can't be a 5. So we now know orange can't go that way because that is the same digit as that, and we'd have 2 of the same digit in that box, in that cage. So that has to be orange. That has to be red. Red can't have a second 4, so it's going that way. Now, how did I determine that this was?
It can't take that one because, as you said, it's the same digit as the other one.
And just, it can never take that. It has to always take that. So that's your 3, 6 pair. So now that has to be a 5. 5, 6, 3, 6, and 3.
Beautiful. Well, thank you, Korshben. That was awesome.
Oh my goodness.
That took forever, but it was awesome.
Wow, that broke my brain trying to sort that mess out. You should see the 9x9 version of that I'm working on. It's ridiculous.
Sounds ridiculous. Can't wait to see it. All right, thank you again.
So there it is.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna hop over to
I'll
Malrog.
go and post that over.
And we'll finish
No
off the
worries.
stream.
Good luck, Malrog.
That's 3, that's 2.
All right, we're back with Malrog. It seems like you've broken the egg.
Oh, hello. I've reworked it slightly because I think there's some interesting logic in here.
Oh.
I'm just checking my logic, but yeah. Let's explain what I'm looking at. So I thought, why not try and make this a little bit more symmetrical, but I kept this bit. It doesn't break the logic. The 6 is still 2 cells. The 9 is still 3 cells, but we don't yet know whether the 3 is 1 or 2 cells. That's the thing that's changed. Once we knew that before, it was 1, 2. It changed a lot of the grid, but I'm sure I can sort of put a question mark clue up here or a couple up here at the top to sort that out one way or the other. I don't yet know which way I want it to go. I've got a nice 3 appearing here because this 1-5 pair on the 6 are different. So that's a single. Kind of cute. So that digit is that digit. And I'm just sort of making sure I set that up correctly in F puzzles, so I can use palindromes to say I know those 2 digits are the same, or you can use clones just to sort of apply that logic, just to kind of help with the setting process. I know that these 2 sum to 5. In fact, I know they're 2, 3 because they can't repeat a 4. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. I've got the logical solver with barely anything turned on, which is why there's lots of fairly obvious red digits around. Because again, I don't like using it too much, but I don't want to go down a blind alley. Okay, so I've got a nice 3, which is helpful for the next setter who is going to be in that box. But I'm going to go and look up here now. Did Kuraban finish, by the way?
Yes, he finished.
Wow. So it's only me. All right.
Just
I'll try not to be too long, I promise.
No worries.
So let's think. The existence of this 3 means something. I had a question mark there. The question it asks is, does it take that cell or not? If that was I do of course need a second question mark at the moment, because at the moment all of this is one sum. Well, optionally this one here, but these 4 all have to be part of the same sum. So it would be I definitely want another blue. Probably, yeah. I tend to prefer them not being adjacent, just because it adds a little bit of ambiguity. If 2 clues are adjacent, then they clearly can only go in one direction. That's the other reason is why I'm going for a loop in the path. A loop in the line is because it keeps that ambiguity.
Yeah.
We just have to see whether or not I can make it work. So we don't know really much about this digit until we've done all this deductions, and now suddenly it's a 2, 3. At which point, well, we know it. Hang on, let's put some colouring on.
There's something small for you.
Ooh, that's horrible.
For 3 clue.
Go on.
The cell in 3 clue can't be a 1 because it would break the 6. So then you get a 2, 3 pair in the row. Might be helpful.
Oh yes, that's very nice. Yes, so it's either a 2 with a 1 there, or a 3. Yeah. Okay. So 6 for now. This, of course, also can't be 1 or 5, so it's 2, 3, 4, 6. Sometimes it's helpful to pencil mark this stuff. Sometimes it's not. Let me give that one a color as well. Let's go purple. How lovely. So I could make this clue bigger than 7 now, and suddenly we know it has to take that, which would force that, for example. And then this would be a single 3, which is fine. Having it be a 2, 1 did a little bit more over here. Slightly concerned if this is only a 3. Well, I can figure out what that can be. That's a 5, will be all right. Making it 2-1 definitely did a lot more. Like if that sells 3 rather than anything else. Oh look, red digit. It already knew it couldn't be a 1.
Yeah.
Which is kind of fun. So if that was a 3, it doesn't do a lot compared to if it was a 1-2 pair. I mean, putting a 1 there is huge already. Right, let's not look at it like that. Let's look at it like this. So, I want to use some geometry if I can. It would be great actually if the value of this. Wait, hang on. Let me get this right way around. I think I'd like purple to be a single-digit clue, actually. So yeah, what if I make that bigger than 7? So it has to take that. If I make that one 6 or less. Oh, interesting. If I made that I could force that to be a 4, then that can't be a single digit 4. So yeah, maybe there's something I can do with like these two summed together. Yeah, that's something I could easily do, I suppose. Where the total sum of both of these has to be more than the possible value for these 4 cells. So it has to be 5 cells. I think these can be 5, 6. That's 18 total. That's quite big. But at the same time, these two can't get bigger than 7. So if it came over, if that was, I don't know. I think just got to write the numbers and see what happens, possibly.
Sounds good.
I really wanted to use geometry. I really did. I wanted to be able to say that this can't be part of purple because then these two would have to be the same value or something like that would be a really nice, cute way to say, all right, well, this must be a 2-1. But that might require me to know what, like, yeah, if I know what this is and it forces purple to take that, then I can say, well, they can't be the same if that, yeah. So let's try that. Let's see if I can pick a number. So if I made that 7, I guess it can go this way. But if I made that a low value, like 4, for example, then it would have to be 1, 3. That's too easy. 5 can't be 3 cells. 6 can be 3 cells, but can they be a 1 with a 2, 3? And I'd get a 2, 3 pair here. Is that going to break? Probably not. Quick check. Nah, it's fine. So, but if these two have sum to 5, oh no, they can't. Look at that. That's so funny. 1 and yeah, 4 and 2. So if I make those sum to 6, it can go like that, which is annoying. Yeah, I can't restrict that to just those 2 cells unless it's really low, in which case it's obvious. Or is it obvious if that's a 4? You don't know that until this is a 9.
I do have a way actually. If you made it 7, then it can't actually be 3 cells.
Or does that? Oh, I'm intrigued. I will try the math. Because I've just been sat here talking about it, saying the number 7 lots of times without actually thinking about it. So obviously that can be a 4-3, but if it's not, then how do you make 7 in 3 cells? You use 1, 2, 4. So that would be from 1, 2, 4. That would therefore be a 2, which means that you'd have a 1, 4 pair here, and that would break.
Yeah.
That's very cool. Well spotted.
I was thinking about that ages ago, and then when you said the other thing, it made me think of that.
Yeah. Alrighty, that is a definite win. I'll take that. So that means that with a 7 clue there, this must therefore be purple. But let's put some digits in. So this must be 3, 2, 4. Come on, brain. 1. Geez. Okay. Surprisingly low effort. Right, okay. No 3 in purple, for what it's worth. That might be useful. I'm just going to put those digits in here as well. So 3 there and no, 4 there. Why did I do that again? Interesting.
The rule set is killer lines, so some part of the line has to sum to the clue. Some set of cells along the line connected has to sum to the clue without repeating.
Yeah, I can resolve it, thankfully. With a 5, 6, 2 would be 13. That's too big a number. Over 4, 1. Oh yeah, look at that, 4, 1, 5. Oh, but look, there's 4, 1, 4. 4, 1, 4 is 9. So yeah, the other way of doing this is a 1 and a 2. Okay, and this is why we do this. If that's a 1 and a 2, it's not good because we are deadly patterned. So I have to now set towards getting a 3 here. There ain't no other way around it, which is unfortunate, but it's okay. So I'm setting towards getting a 3 here. And interestingly, obviously this can't be a 1. So this is 4, 5, or 6, which is quite high. If that's a 4, and that's a 1, and that's a 5, and that's 10.
10
and that resolves.
10 and 2 cells is fine, right? I mean, beforehand, I think 10 and 2 cells, 4, 6 looks fine.
10 and 2 cells. It would initially look fine. So if you made that a 4, 6, and that a 1, 2, puzzle breaks. For some reason, I mean, I'd have to do the logic to figure it out. But yeah, so I mean, if I make that a 10, which is a reasonably low number. Let me just go back to this. Is that the lowest I can make these? That's a 2. That's a 1. Okay, I can make them. I can make them 9 as well. 6, 7, 8, 9 is a resolvable option. That's the lowest I can make. It seems 4, 1, and I can't do double 4. So 4, 1, 5, 4, 5, 6, 2 is Okay. So I can make it 2, 1, 6 is 9. So 9 or 10. So let's have a play. Let's make this question mark. Let's go with 9, single digit. Let's stick with single digits for now and see what that does. See if we can actually make anything of that. So this is a 1, 5, 6 option. That is a 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. I mean, it's getting a bit crazy. So this can't be 5 or 6 now, because if those two sum to 9, this has to be Well, the only way to do it would be a 4 and a 6 like that. A 4 and a 5. Yeah, do this. So that cannot be 5 or 6. I think we're asking the question, what happens if that's 4 and that's 5? It probably doesn't resolve, does it? Or you just, yeah, it's just unfinished. So I can't use 9 as an option, really.
Well, you can, but it's not great. I mean, the 5.
I know I can, because if that's 4, 5, then I need, yeah, of course, the 1. The 1, yeah, that works. If that's 4 and that's 5, this is a 1.
Right.
And then which section takes that? There is a negative constraint, as it were, here, where you have to collect every cell. Oh, these guys in chat are wondering what the rule set is. I've just realised, so I'll very quickly explain it again. It's a line. Along the line, there are killer clues. You have to, as the solver, divide the line into sections, each containing 1 small clue, and the digits in that section behave like a killer cage. They can't repeat, and they sum to the value. They're basically killer cages on steroids, because you can have diagonals, and there's a little bit of ambiguity about where they actually are in the puzzle. So I was very surprised when I didn't find this rule set already. I know Dad Jokes has set a puzzle with this as well, since I posted about it in the Skunkworks. But yeah, an interesting rule set. So I thought I would make the most of my opportunity in the Caterpillar to promote it, as it were. Okay, so if this is 4, 5, we're broken. So we have to, with a 9, take all 3. I think that's great, isn't it? And the cute logic there is that if this is 4, 5, that's a 1, and so this cannot be 1, 2. And once that has resolved, just quickly, so that can't be 4, 5. We know that now. So these 3 have to make 9. So 6, 2, 1. Well, there's no 3 in any of it. So back to my unique sum helpers very quickly. 3 digits summing to 9 without a 3 is only 1, 2, 6. I would normally have been able to do that, but my brain is tired. So that then becomes a 2. And I'm just going to quickly throw this in here. So that becomes a 2. That becomes a 1, 6. And that becomes a 3. And it's unique. So the 9 clue is definitely unique. Hooray, we've got a unique puzzle. I'm very quickly just going to see what happens with the 10 clue. See if it's any better.
Okay.
Hang on, I'm going to undo back to the point where I had that. Because we want to just make sure we haven't left anything on the table. And it shouldn't take too long to figure it out. So once again, putting the digits in. 4 are out, and 3. So if this is 6 and 4, what does that mean for the world? That's obviously the 6. That's obviously the 4. And now this has to be 1, 2, and I know it breaks, but why does it break? And is that nice?
Seems less nice.
You've got a 1 there, a 5 there, the 4 there, the 2 there. I'm going to need to step through this. 4. Can I quickly? Because it 4, 6 like that breaks with the 1. Says a 1 can't go there at all. Basically says the 1 in that row is there by some logic. So let's see if I can see that. See if that's nice. And I'm just too tired to see it. So if that's 4, 6, obviously that way around. Why can't that be 1? This is quite peculiar. If I wasn't so tired, I'd investigate further. Is it?
I see it. So if you put the 6 in row 2, then the 5 is in column 1 of row 2, and that creates an X-wing between boxes 2 and 4, and puts the 5 in the green. Because both 2 and boxes 2, basically the 5 in column 4 is placed now, because it can't go now in column 2 or row 2.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that
becomes 5 and that becomes 1.
That's kind of gross.
Yeah.
I like the 9 better.
Yeah, yeah. That's the 9. The 9, I definitely think was cleaner.
A little bit more direct.
Yeah, this one, the 6 makes the 5, which means 5 in this column is there, which means that's the 1, which means that's can't be 2, 1. Yeah, I don't like that. It's okay. I don't like it either. Unwind these stupid digits. There we go.
It was worth looking at, but
yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine we looked at the 10 clue first and then found the 9. We'd have been in raptures.
Yeah.
So I'm very happy about the 9 clue. So that is the puzzle, essentially. Oh, it's gonna have colours in, isn't it? I know. There you go. That's the puzzle. And oh, sorry, I've just realised I'm swapping to Sudoku Pad to do a final solve, and it's going to mess up your window again. Sorry.
it's okay.
So we know that 9 must be at least 2 cells, but we don't know what. I'm now thinking about how the break-in, as it were, can be avoided. I wonder what this puzzle would give if you didn't have the givens, how much you could actually do anyway without that. I think it would require someone to code up the constraint, because I can't do it myself. Well, not now. This 9 must take either one of those two, but potentially both. But that doesn't mean there's still a lot of flexibility about which way these clues can go, which is exactly what we want. And the 3 can poke its nose in there. And so if the 3 comes there, then the 9 takes those 2, the 7 takes those 2, the 9 comes down here, the 6 comes down here. And probably if these givens weren't there, that would probably be possible in some fashion.
Mm-hmm.
I have to assume. I mean, if someone else can figure that out and solve this without any givens, like directly, and start the caterpillar on this grid, I'll be very surprised. So, good luck to them. I think, yeah. So I think I'm happy with this. I think I'm very happy with this. So final solve is this 6 has to take that one because the 9 can't reach it. So the 9 has to be those 3. It can't be any more. So the 9 has to be 2, 3, 4. So that's a 4. That's a 2, 3, and we discover we have roping. Put that bit in for now. And we figure out that the 6 can't be 3 cells up that way because it breaks this, which sees all of them. So this has to be 2 digits. So the 2, 4 there mean that this is a 1, 5. We get a 3 and a 1, 5 like that. Yes, Dream Librarian, my puzzle will be kind of at the top of an arc, as it were. Just so happens that's how it's ended up. So the caterpillar will have a little egg on the top of its back.
It's baby.
Nice.
Baby
It'll be
caterpillar.
fine. Very cute. So we've done that. The 3 here looks interesting, but actually hopefully people won't get too distracted by the 3. Thinking about what this 9 can do. Yeah, the 7. I mean, I guess actually it is it's a simple question to ask. Like when you have a normal 3-cell killer cage with a 7 in, it's a write-in. So the obvious sort of question to ask with this constraint is, just like down here, can the 6 be 3 cells? Can the 7 be 3 cells? And the answer is indeed no, because of that. So the 7 has to be 2 cells and therefore has to be a 4 and a 3. And now these 2 are the 9, at least. But can the 9 be 3 cells? Well, a bit of pencil marking is probably required at this point, because that's 1, 5, 6, and that's 2, 4, 5, 6. So if it's just 2 cells, then it has to be 4, 5, which is quite crazy the way that's worked out. Oh, I guess once the 3 is taken out of all the cells of the 9, it can't be 3, 6, so it's 4, 5. And that puts a 1 there, and you have to realize that breaks this, which is a really cute step. I really like that. So it has to be 3 cells. How do you make 3 cells sum to 9? Without a 3 in there, it has to be 1, 2, 6. So I can't type. Is the only way to do it. And so that's a 3, makes that a 2, a 1, 6 pair, which makes that a 5 and a 1. And then it probably just solves. 1, 6, yeah, 5 there, 1, 6, 2 and 4 here. Oh, that's 7. That's 2, 4. That's 5, 6 in the middle, which is resolved. Come on, 5, 6. I'm assuming it's straightforward because it better be. That's 1, 4 there. That's 5, 6 there. I mean, I'm feeling like I'm struggling with my brain. That's the 5. There you go. It's the placement of the 5 there.
Right.
Gives me the 6 and the 5 and unlock the whole thing, I am sure. 3. That is now a 2 by the constraint. So the constraint does come to the rescue at the end and essentially disambiguate the final part of the puzzle, which I also very much like. I'm really pleased with this puzzle, actually. Yeah, that's what it looks like without that final constraint. That's the deadly pattern there, I think. So yeah,
really weird.
But that has to be 2, and then the whole thing. 6, 2, 4, 1, 2, 1, 4. Hooray!
Woohoo!
That is my puzzle.
That is
awesome.
A great puzzle. Yeah.
Thanks for your help with that, Ming. I think I would still be here at another 15, 20 minutes without that. So yeah, appreciate it.
No problem. All right. Well, thank you, Malrog, for everything you've done. Malrog has created most of this big grid that we see here. So thank you for that.
With a lot of help from Chameleon.
Yes, Chameleon. Oh my word. Helped us so much through this whole stream. Shout out to all the volunteers for their wonderful help. All right. See you later, Malrog. See you. Oh, you're not helping next time. Well, see you around.
I'm not, I'm afraid. I'm in France. So.
Oh, have fun in France.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks very much for hosting this. It's a great idea and definitely something that the community is really enjoying it.
Yeah, jeez. Yeah, I had no idea it would go for 8 hours right now, but it's definitely been a blast.
You might want to consider whether we have 1 or 2 more
Oh,
streams.
we're having 2 more. There's no way we're having only 1 more stream. Like, there's not even a possibility.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna bail now.
Okay, sounds good.
Have a good night.
You as well. Okay, this is where we got to. We have 1 more puzzle that will go right there above the other one on the edge, just where Chad is right now. And yeah, I've never seen that number in OBS say 8 hours and 9 minutes. I don't think we've streamed 8 hours before. We've streamed like 6 hours before, I think, solving stream, but 8 hours is a long stream. I am beat, and next time we will plan accordingly from what we have learned from this stream, which is very much. We have learned very much from the stream, and thank you for everyone who participated. I loved every single puzzle, enjoyed watching everything, and I hope you did as well. Feel free to subscribe and like the video if you enjoyed, and join us next time, next Saturday, for more Caterpillar fun. All right, I'm gonna go just nap for 12 hours. All right. Goodbye, everyone. Have a good one.